Right now at 6, the snow continues to fall. This is a look at the current radar.
You also got a crew covering conditions out there on the roads this morning as plows are trying to keep up with all the snow cleanup.
And the overnight snowfall also having a big impact on Chicago's airports.
Taking a live look downtown this morning. No snow coming from this angle here in downtown, but that's going to change a little bit later this morning.
It's picture perfect right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this Monday. I'm Natalie Bumpke.
I'm Brian Jackson. Let's get it right over to Mike with a updated look at the forecast. Just took that look outside downtown. No snow coming, but you say we're in for another round.
Yeah, there's still some to the north. I'll show you the radar in a little bit, but we're not going to get a mammoth amount of snow in the city, thank goodness, but still enough to create a lot of slippery spots. The camera's rocking there because it is quite windy. You can see the lake effect clouds, a little thin sliver of pre-dawn sunlight trying to get through there. But here is the last piece of lake effect snow, and it is still snowing hard in parts of northeastern Lake County in particular. Just got a report of about a foot of snow there in Winthrop Harbor, and that area still has to get farther south. This whole area of lake effect snow is going to be swinging towards Chicagoland here in the next few hours. It's not going to put down a tremendous amount, maybe another inch or two, but we're not done with the snow in the city. Today, I think almost all the snow should be out of here by lunchtime, though. Snow showers at 9, snow shifting east by noon. We'll break out into some sunshine in the afternoon, just windy and cold with a temperature of 34 degrees. So let's find out what kind of delays and crashes there are. What do you see in there, Gabrielle?
Oh, man, several here. I'm going to mention a few that are impacting your interstates this morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, let's check this traffic. I-80, 94 west at I-94 Torrance. It looks like there's an accident there. We have another issue on I-65 north at US 30, an accident in that location. Another one on I-57 northbound at Dixie Highway. And if you're coming in from the north side, the Kennedy inbound at Foster Avenue, it looks like there's another accident there. So pretty much everywhere you look, we've got slowdowns and we've got accidents. So let's see how that is trickling down to our travel times. On the Kennedy, if you're coming in from O'Hare, we're looking at 35 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 30 minutes. On the Stevenson, I-355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 35 minutes. On the Dan Ryan, 95th to downtown, 35 minutes as well. We have one issue. Nope, that was just cleared. No problems on your Metra. I'm checking your express buses that take DuSable Lakeshore Drive. They are not running on DuSable Lakeshore Drive because of the impact of that lake effect snow. So if you take an express bus that hits the drive, it's going to be rerouted. It will still be running. Brian?
Well, we do have a crew out this morning monitoring some of the conditions this morning. Roseanne is live along the Dan Ryan. Roseanne, when I took the Dan Ryan in this morning, it was really, really bad out there. How's it looking now?
Well, I know you mentioned that, and because of that lull that Mike's been talking about in the city, the roads are looking much better here. You know, earlier I was up on Lakeshore Drive by Monroe, and the roads were really clear. It's not that clear here. It's what I would call sloppy. I would say the Dan Ryan is sloppy. We're right at 59th Street where people are really hitting the brakes as they're heading north to the city. And there's a lot of snow on the side. The roads are wet, and it's really cold, so there could be slick spots out there. Now, earlier, as I said, we were on over by Monroe and the Drive, and look what happens when the wind picks up. The snow blowing like crazy over there. So that was probably the biggest problem. But again, this is a lull. We don't know what to expect coming up. Earlier this morning in Rogers Park, it was the same kind of deal. Winds really blowing that snow around, and of course earlier it was coming down in the city. And so we're dealing with the residuals of that, and here back live off the Dan Ryan, this is Wentworth, and you can see that these roads are sloppy. The snow is heavy and wet, so it's pretty slushy. Definitely traffic moving slowly, and you're going to want to give yourself plenty of time. Now, I also want to point out, in case you have any trouble, you want to make sure you have what you need in your car. Dress warm, even if you're going garage to garage. If you get stuck somewhere and you have to get out, it is cold out here, it is windy, and more snow is going to be on the way. So we're going to keep an eye on things, maybe talk to some of the people at this gas station here who I'm sure are coming from parts where it's far worse on the south side, on the southwest side. there are some big backups and more snow piling up. But for right now, from the Dan Ryan, I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you. So stay bundled. Thank you, Roseanne. We also want to get an update on the conditions in Northwest Indiana.
Joining us is Indiana State Police Sergeant Glenn Fifield. We know you've gotten hit pretty hard by some of that lake effect snow. So how are the current conditions looking out there?
Yeah, so right now we're actually catching a little bit of a break. The snow has stopped, but the roadways are completely covered. The interstates are covered with snow and slush, and it's making travel very difficult this morning.
Glenn, are there any routes that are impassable at this point in time, or is everything you can get through it? It's just slow going?
Yeah, it's basically slow going everywhere. Right now, we just had an occurrence on I-65 southbound at 109th Avenue, so that's in the Crown Point area. That's an uphill bridge overpass, and one truck got stuck going up it, and that just creates a chain reaction of everybody stopping behind him. So now we're struggling to get traffic southbound at that location. So right now that's our problem spot. We do have a snowplow that was stuck on I-94 near Portage, but yeah, overall it's very slow travel. This break in the lake effect snow is hopefully going to allow our plows to get caught up and get these roads clear. But yeah, it's definitely slow travel this morning over here.
Yeah, definitely not good when one of the snow plows is getting stuck out there. If people do need to travel this morning, should they be trying to take some of the non-interstate roads?
I would actually not recommend that. It took me, what usually is 10 minutes to get to the interstate, took me a half hour. The secondary roads over here in Indiana are worse than the interstates. So I would not recommend that. The main roads, as you can see behind me, are traveling right now where I'm at relatively well. But as you head north, get towards 94, Crown Point, the corridor right near Lake Michigan, it gets a lot worse. So yeah, the secondary roads are not better by any means.
Okay, so Glenn, we'll end on this. What's your advice to drivers? And then if someone does get into some type of accident, fender bender, should they get out of their vehicles? Should they stay in? What do you say?
Do us a favor, stay home. Don't drive. That'd be the best thing this morning. But if you can delay your travel a little bit until we get these roads clear, that would be great. But yeah, if you are traveling, reduce your speed. If the speed limit's 55, you're not going to be going 55. You're not going to be going 50. Just knock it down about 10, 20 miles an hour. Take your time, get your destination. If you are involved with a crash, call 911, stay in your vehicle. We've had fatalities happen with people that have been struck by cars standing outside their vehicle. The safest place for you to be is inside your vehicle with the seatbelt fastened, and we'll get first responders there as quick as we can. But, if you've lost control and crashed, there's a really good chance that somebody else would do the same thing where you're at. So stay in your car.
Indiana State Police Sergeant Glenn Fifield this morning. Thanks so much, Glenn.
Thank you.
All right, time now 6:08 this morning. Taking a look at the flight cancellations and delays at Chicago's airports. So far, O'Hare has reported 230 canceled flights, along with 57 delayed flights. Midway isn't much better. They're reporting 140 cancellations, along with 6 delays.
All right, let's talk about the government shutdown. The historic government shutdown could be coming to an end. In the Senate, a group of moderate Democrats, including Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, agreed to join Republicans last night, passing a tentative bill to fund the government through January 30th, reversing all layoffs of federal workers during the shutdown and guaranteeing back pay. However, it does not include the extension of health care tax credits that Democrats have demanded for nearly 6 weeks. As part of the deal, though, Republicans agreed to hold a vote on extending those subsidies by mid-December before they expired January 1st.
The health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the health care crisis.
These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year.
Now, the House must also approve these measures before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown.
Many states are facing some more uncertainty over SNAP benefits. The Trump administration is demanding states, quote, undo SNAP benefits that were already paid out in full. The new guidance comes after a Supreme Court order on Friday allowing the White House to delay fully funding SNAP. If the payouts are not reversed, states could face penalties. And new this morning, President Trump is granting pardons for 77 people tied to a plot to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The most notable pardons were granted to former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and attorney and former federal prosecutor Sidney Powell. Those accused allegedly worked together to submit names of fake electors from 3 states to try and keep the president in office for a second consecutive term.
The man accused of stealing an ambulance and crashing into CPD squad cars on Friday is charged with 19 felony counts and is due in court today. They range from vehicular hijacking to aggravated battery of police officers, kidnapping, and damaging property. The suspect is 59-year-old Lamont Hill. He was arrested at the scene.
Well, the Bears escaped with another win with another late comeback. Bears trailed by 10 with 5 minutes to go. Caleb Williams moved the Bears down the field and found Rome Odunze in the back of the end zone. Bears then got the ball back, and Williams found the end zone again, this time using his legs. Bears win 24-20. Bears say that these late-game wins are just confidence builders for the future.
They have this belief that we're going to find a way, you know, in the fourth quarter, provided it's somewhat close. We're going to find a way to come out on top of this thing, and it's week in and week out. They're proving that.
It does build confidence that we can. It doesn't matter how, you know, the deficit we're at. It doesn't matter how much we're up. It doesn't matter what happened throughout the game. That, you know, we can come through as a team.
Bears now 6-3 in a year. Up next, Bears will travel to Minnesota to take on the Vikings.
6:11 now. See, there is a bright spot to this horrible travel Monday. We've got the Bears win to sail in on. Mike is here, and we're going to check the conditions again.
Yeah, you know, the heaviest lake effect snow has missed the city so far.
That's good.
But parts of Chicagoland are getting pummeled with very heavy snowfall, including northeastern Lake County, where more than a foot may end up falling, places like Winthrop Harbor and Zion. This is the view, though, looking out over the lakefront. And you'd say, like, oh, it's pretty nice out there. Well, these are lake effect clouds, and it's just a matter of time before that last band of lake effect snow comes back through the city here in a couple of hours. 25 at O'Hare, a couple of flurries out there right now. We have a north wind at 16, shaking our camera a little bit, and it is going to be windy all day long. Other current temperatures, Chicago Heights has actually gotten up to 33. It's 34 at Gary. Everybody else in the 20s. Woodstock cold, 23, 25 at Aurora. Kankakee, another one of the spots that picked up heavy snow. You are in the mid-20s. Winds gusting to 30 at Gary's Airport, 26 at O'Hare. Definitely out of a blustery morning out there, reducing visibility. Still down to only 1 mile visibility at Waukegan. Some of the heavier snow dropping that visibility there at the airport. This is a look at the radar, and you can clearly see most of Chicagoland, nothing going on. But this stripe of snow here is still producing some very hefty snowfall from Kenosha through Zion, Winthrop Harbor, Gurnee, Libertyville, Wakanda, all the way here into the Elgin area. That will be drifting southeast into the city here in the next couple of hours. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Some history at the White House today, who President Trump will be meeting with.
And we're also going to continue to monitor the snowy conditions impacting this Monday morning commute. We'll be right back.
Fox 32.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago, giving you a live look at the lakefront, and you will notice no snow falling at this point in time. We're tracking the lake effect snow for you this morning. Snowy conditions leading to a very slow commute this morning.
The snow has been falling since last night. We do have a crew out monitoring some of the conditions this morning. We're going to check in with them in just a bit.
The longest federal government shutdown in history could be coming to an end. Last night, the Senate voted to consider a stopgap spending deal to reopen the government and fund it through January. A group of Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies.
Bears use another late-game comeback against the Giants to earn their 6th win of the season. That's already more than last year's 5 wins. They trailed by 10 points with just 5 minutes left in the game. Caleb Williams led the Bears to 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, with the Bears winning 24-20.
All right, time now to focus once again on that lake effect snow. We want to bring in Streets and Sanitation Commissioner Cole Stollard to get an update on the condition of the city streets.
Well, good morning to you. And can you give us an idea just how many crews you have out there currently trying to clear the streets for people who do have to make the way into work this morning?
Yeah, good morning. We have over 250 folks out there hitting the streets. The mains are looking what we'll call pretty good, and Lakeshore Drive is in good shape, just waiting for that next burst that Mike's talking about all morning.
We were joking with you during the break, Cole, because we always tend to send our reporters to places that you guys haven't hit yet. You know, we like to point out where you've missed. Is there a way to track snow plows to see when they might get to your block?
Yeah, we have Plow Tracker up, and you'll see the 1980s version of a video game for those young folks out there. But, yeah, we're out there, and it's funny you mention that. I always love to see Roseanne on the side going, look at these side streets. They're treacherous, so we're going to get to those.
Thank you.
We'll be there.
What would be your advice for people who maybe do live a little bit further away from some of these main streets but still need to get somewhere this morning? What's your advice to them?
Just drive safely, allow enough time, have that conversation with those young folks this morning. This might be their first time. They're heading out to school, heading out to their job, seeing this kind of snow. Even though we did get lucky, it is blowing and drifting, so the wind's playing a part here. But just have that conversation with those young drivers. Make sure you got windshield washer fluids and your sunglasses. It's going to get bright this afternoon with that snow. It's going to get bright. And just be careful. Just allow enough time for the trucks to do their work.
Have you seen any ice on the roadways?
Yeah, again, with that little bit of snow, you know, if you get that more snow, people just tend to slow down. You know, people are going to see those clear streets. You just don't know if there's some ice sitting out there. So just drive careful and allow enough time.
And Cole, it's not coming down right now in the city, but we are expecting another round of snow. So how does your group kind of prepare for this second round of snow that we're expecting later this morning?
Well, right now we're cleaning what we call curb. We're doing curb work right now, and we're doing our center lanes. We're knocking down those turning lanes and keeping up on Lakeshore Drive. Last night, people out on Lakeshore Drive did a heck of a job, just trying to keep that clear because that's where the brunt of our snow came. We're not, you know, Lake County or anything like that, but it was a lot of blowing and drifting out there.
Is there anything that your plow drivers see that you, like a public service announcement for our viewers, that you're like, please do not do that?
Yeah, don't rush. Don't assume they can see you. It's a big truck. Do not assume they can see you. They're working. You know, they're basically driving from here to New Orleans. You know, so imagine when you're sitting in your comfortable car, how tired you may get, or where you know you have that lack of. But they have to pay attention. So we ask people to pay attention too.
All right. Cole Stollard from the city conditions of the streets. Thanks so much for that update, as some drivers do have to get out the door this morning.
Thanks
again.
Cole.
Hey, thank you.
All right, let's send it back over at 6:20 now to Mike Kaplan. And it was treacherous when I came in this morning. I saw things that I'm like, why are you driving that way?
And you didn't like the way that some of the people were driving.
I think
way too fast.
Yeah, it's
too
dangerous.
fast. And, yeah. Anyway, I'll get into it later. But Mike, what are the conditions right now?
Well, you know, as Cole Stollard just pointed out, in the city, as we've been mentioning for the past couple of hours, nothing is happening. But we're waiting for this last band of snow, which is still hitting hard parts of Lake County in particular, where double-digit snowfall has occurred in the northeastern part of that county. That has to slide through the city here in the next couple of hours. The National Weather Service did downgrade what had been a winter storm warning for the city and immediate metro area to winter weather advisory. So the expectation is for lesser snow amounts. The heaviest snow so far have been parts of northwest Indiana, eastern Kankakee County, and northeastern Lake County, Illinois. And we're not done with the snow there, but this arc of snow that's going to be swinging through the area will start to move out of here later this afternoon. So this is the last feature that we're going to watch. That is going to come right down the lakeshore here toward the city in the next couple of hours. But in these dark blue shades, I mean, it is still snowing hard, particularly east of the tri-state there from Kenosha all the way to Waukegan. And that's going to come down the North Shore here in the next couple of hours. A brief uptick in that snowfall. I have not awakened Mrs. Kaplan to find out how much snow we've got at our place, but I imagine that 4 to 6 inches even in Gurnee. But here you see that last plume of lake effect snow. By 10 o'clock, I think we're almost exclusively a northwest Indiana deal, and certainly by lunchtime, this is all east of I-65. And as we just heard, we are going to see some sunshine this afternoon, so maybe have your sunglasses ready to go, particularly if you're doing some snow removal in your particular community. I'll show you the 7-day forecast, which has 60s in it in just a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We have so many accidents out there, and I can't get to all of them, but I'll try to hit the ones that might impact you. We start on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, northbound, right before Oakwood Boulevard. We have a multi-vehicle accident, including an overturned vehicle with an entrapment. Again, this is on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, northbound at Oakwood Boulevard. Now, I'm going to focus on the southern portion of our viewing area, including northwest Indiana. Looks like an accident reported at I-94 outbound at Indiana Route 249. We have another one reported just before that, I-80 94 eastbound at Central Avenue. Another one, I-80 94 eastbound at Burr Street. And then we hop on over to the Bishop Ford, I-94, the Bishop Ford, obviously inbound at US 6. We have an accident there. And this is the last one I'll mention for now. This is I-80 westbound at Harlem Avenue. We have an accident there. That is the southern portion of our viewing area. We have several others in the northern portion. Let's check your travel times to see how that's being impacted this morning. Continuing to build on the Kennedy, if you're coming in from the big airport, 40 minutes on the Eisenhower 390 to downtown, 35 minutes to Stevenson. I-355 to the drive is 35 minutes, and on the Dan Ryan, that is the hot spot right now. Coming in from 95th, you are at 35 minutes. President Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara are set to make history in a meeting at the White House today. Al-Shara is the first Syrian president to visit the United States since the country's independence in 1946. He was previously detained by the U.S. for joining the terrorist group al-Qaeda in Iraq. Al-Shara has since helped lead the rebellion to overthrow Bashar al-Assad's regime in December.
The British Broadcasting Corporation, or BBC, says that its Director of General and Head of News have both resigned. Tim Davey and Deborah Turnus faced criticism after the BBC edited a speech President Trump made on January 6, 2021, for protesters who stormed the Capitol in Washington. Critics said that they cut out a section of the speech where Trump said that he wanted supporters to demonstrate peacefully. The two former employees said that the decision to leave was entirely on their own. A popular organic baby formula is being pulled from store shelves linked to a dangerous outbreak. That's still to come this morning.
Life.
6:27 now, an urgent recall for baby formula over a botulism scare. 2 lots of By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula are being pulled off shelves. The FDA says 13 children have been hospitalized across 10 states, including Illinois. The affected lots have use-by dates of December 1st. No deaths have been reported. We have more information on fox32chicago.com.
Amazon is turning Black Friday and Cyber Monday into weeks of deals. It says it is starting its Black Friday week deals on Thursday, November the 20th. That's 1 week before Thanksgiving. The deal will extend through the traditional Black Friday shopping and end on December the 1st, which marks Cyber Monday. Amazon says that the extended deals covers millions of products on all of its sites.
Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has passed away. He led the league for 17 years before stepping down in 2006. During his time, the NFL established the Rooney Rule, in which all teams with coaching vacancies must interview minority candidates. However, he had been criticized for not taking more action on concussions. His family says he died from heart failure after a battle with Parkinson's disease. He was 84 years old. All right, Mike, what do you got?
Still a band of heavy snow hitting Lake County, Illinois, and that is going to be sliding south toward the city. It's not going to put down a tremendous amount of snow in the city, but we're not quite done with it downtown. And eventually it'll move back into northwest Indiana, where you already picked up some double-digit snowfall totals. We got the full forecast, including big weekend warm-up, straight ahead. Come party.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Time is now 6:31. I'm Brian Jackson.
And I'm Natalie Bumpke, and here's some of your top stories this morning. The snow continues to fall. This is a look at the current radar.
You also got a crew out covering some of the road conditions this morning as officers are trying to keep up with all the cleanup.
The overnight snowfall having a big impact on Chicago's airports.
We're going to check in with Mike. How is it looking out there from this view? Looks a little windy out there. You can definitely see the camera shaking a bit, but at least for now, it doesn't look like any snow is coming down.
Not in the city, but boy, there is still a band of lake effect snow hitting Lake County, Illinois, and southeast Wisconsin with vigor. It is pouring snow in Winthrop Harbor. My Facebook friend Debbie just sent me a video there. They are not done. She has already gotten close to, it's over a foot of snow, I think, by now. And let's go over here and take a look at the radar. This is the last vestige of our lake effect snowstorm. It is to the north of the city right now. And take a look at these darker blues. This is where it is really snowing hard. Zion, Waukegan, Gurnee, Mundelein, Vernon Hills, Wakanda, you're kind of on the edge of it. But here's the deal. That is sliding south. So this whole area is going to be pivoting into the city in the next couple of hours. So even though right now everything is nice and quiet, you're even seeing a few, breaks in the cloud cover out there as our shed camera view reveals. There is more snow on the way. This will scoot out of here completely by noontime. And then we're talking about a big warm-up later this week. I'll show you the full forecast in just a little bit, but the snow not done. And the worst of it, 2 spots. So, well, really kind of 3. Northwest Indiana into eastern Kankakee County, and now portions of Lake County, Illinois. Double-digit snowfall in both of those locations. Back to you.
All right, let's check the commute real quick, Mike, and I'm going to flip on over to our incident map, and then we'll take a look at those travel times. Nearly every single one of your interstates, you are tangling with an accident that's going to slow you down this morning. The big one we're watching right now is on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, inbound at Oakwood Boulevard, a multi-vehicle accident, including an overturned vehicle with an entrapment. So that's something that crews will be working on. Let's start here let's go next to the Edens, outbound at Peterson Avenue. It looks like there's an accident there. Here's another one on the Eisenhower, outbound at Grand Avenue, some stop and go traffic there. Let's see. There are just accidents all over the place, and I don't have time to get to all of them. So please, check your maps as you head in to see the best route. That's probably the best way to go. Let's check those travel times. On the Kennedy, O'Hare to downtown, we'll call it 40 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 40 minutes. The Stevenson I-355 to the drive is 40 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan 95th to downtown, 40 minutes as well. If you typically take an express bus that hits the drive, know that those express buses will not be traveling on the drive today. They're going to be taking alternative routes because of that lake effect snow. And one more note for you. Your Metro looks pretty good this morning, except for one of the Milwaukee District West trains. It is running behind schedule. So if you take that line, check your app. Well, we have a crew out monitoring the conditions for you this morning.
Roseanne joins us live this morning with the latest. Hey, Roseanne.
Good morning. Where we are at the Dan Ryan and about 59th Street, things are moving okay. There's a backup, but this break in the weather couldn't be better timed, right? In the heart of rush hour. It could be much, much worse out there. That said, it is slushy. It's sloppy. We have seen a little of everything. We've seen accidents. We've seen plows. We've seen people driving too fast for conditions. But for the most part, I think people are taking it easy, and they're going to have to now because the traffic is really building. But in the city, when we were over by Lakeshore Drive earlier, the street's looking very good because of this break in the clouds. But we've been talking to people. We talked to one gentleman who made his way this far from I-57. He was coming from the southwest. Nightmare. He said, don't get on the road if you can avoid it at all. But earlier today, we also have video of when the conditions were bad in the city. We had snow blowing in Rogers Park and off Lakeshore Drive. When the winds kick in, the snow was blowing and making conditions really dicey because it was blinding snow, and it's very cold. Now, back live, I want to show you Wentworth Avenue, which is right along the Dan Ryan. And this gives you an idea of some of the side streets. This one's well traveled, so it probably looks a lot better than others, but it's slushy, it's a heavy, wet snow, and it's slippery. So you want to be careful with that today. The one thing, we happen to be located next to a gas station, and I have seen 3 people walk out with big containers of the wiper fluid. So if you have some in your garage, maybe throw it in the car before you hit the road. Don't forget, we're getting a second round, as Mike Kaplan said, coming to the city. So you're going to want to be prepared this morning. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Well, let's take a look now at some of the flight cancellations and delays this morning at Chicago's airports. O'Hare is reporting 225 canceled flights, along with 57 delayed flights. At Midway, they're reporting 122 cancellations, along with 6 delays.
The government shutdown could be coming to an end very soon in the Senate. A group of moderate Democrats, including Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, agreed to join Republicans last night, passing a tentative bill to fund the government through January 30th, reversing all layoffs of federal workers during the shutdown and guaranteeing back pay. However, it does not include the extension of those health care tax credits the Democrats have demanded now for nearly 6 weeks. As part of the deal, Republicans agreed to hold a vote on extending those subsidies by mid-December before they expire January 1st.
The healthcare crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the healthcare crisis.
These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year.
The House must also approve these measures before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown.
A federal appeals court has just ruled SNAP benefits have to be paid in full for the month of November. The court in Boston made the ruling through the Supreme Court's order from last week, which means the government won't have to pay for at least 48 hours. Over the weekend, the White House ordered states to undo paying full benefits. It is now going to appeal the federal court ruling.
Hey, we want to show you this photo sent in by one of our viewers. This is Donna Burgess in Moments. Look at all of that snow. This is Kankakee County, and I am horrible with measurements and math. Brian might as well be 8 feet tall.
Right.
So let's check in with Mike and see how many inches is that, do you think?
Well, that's 12. That was a picture sent to me by Patrick Paul, who's a friend of hers, and Pat's one of our more devoted viewers. And so Donna shared that picture with us, and she actually measured that. That was 12 inches of snow, and there are some spots that are getting more than that. That was eastern Kankakee County. This situation now in parts of Lake County is actually getting really almost frightening here. This is very heavy lake effect snow that just keeps coming, particularly in the northeastern quadrant of that county. Zion, Winthrop Harbor, Waukegan, now into Vernon Hills and Mundelein. So this is as far south as Route 60 there. That is the last plume of lake effect snow that is going to be going southbound, and it's going to cross the city here in the next couple of hours. As it does so, there'll be a brief uptick in snow, but this band is going to start to become a little more progressive, meaning it will keep moving as opposed to just parking like it has done the past few hours in Lake County. It's going to be on the move, which will limit the additional snowfall totals that we expect. During the afternoon, hey, we're going to break out into some sunshine here. It's not really going to do much in the way of melting, but it may help, though, is getting that salt down. It'll be more effective there with some sunlight and warmer temperatures. There you see a couple of light snow showers tomorrow for Veterans Day. Nothing like what we have now. And then that's out of here. Then we're done with the snow for the foreseeable future. In fact, it looks like we got a big warming trend going into the weekend. Wednesday, we might even be close to 50 degrees with plenty of sunshine out there. But we've got to get through today, and the lake effect snow is not yet done. 35 degrees for the high today. It's going to be windy, and that band of snow shifting to the southeast. Down to 25 tonight. Breezy, wind chills in the teens. But looky here, 56 Friday, 62 Saturday, and 60 with a chance for some rain on Sunday. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here for you on Good Day Chicago. We are staying on top of the snowy conditions for you and the impact that it's having on your travel. 2 Major League Baseball pitchers facing felony charges after accusations of rigging pitches, and Amazon releases details on its upcoming holiday deals. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. You are looking at the corner of Lake and Michigan in downtown Chicago. You can see traffic is getting along pretty well there. The snowplows have been doing a great job in the city. But another wave of that lake effect snow is coming our way, and we'll make sure we track it for you. Now to your headlines. President Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara are set to make history in a meeting at the White House today. Al-Shara is the first Syrian president to visit the United States since the country's independence in 1946. He was previously detained by the U.S. for joining the terrorist group al-Qaeda in Iraq. Al-Shara has since helped lead the rebellion to overthrow the former President Bashar al-Assad's regime last December.
On Sunday, President Trump attended an NFL game. The appearance made him the first sitting president in nearly 50 years to attend a regular season game. President Trump took part in the salute to service game between the Washington Commanders and Detroit Lions. He helped honor our military and veterans ahead of Veterans Day.
President Trump says Americans could be in for a big payout if his sweeping tariffs remain in effect. The president says non-high-income earners could receive a check for $2,000 from revenue generated by his nearly global tariffs. The potential plan is part of Trump's defense on keeping the tariffs in play as the Supreme Court weighs in on if they are constitutional. President Trump ordered the tariffs without legislative approval under the 1970s Emergency Powers Law.
The British Broadcasting Corporation, also known as BBC, says that its Director General and Head of News have both resigned. Tim Davie and Deborah Turness faced criticism after the BBC edited a speech President Trump made on January 6, 2021, before protesters stormed the Capitol in Washington. Critics said that they cut out a section of the speech where Trump said that he wanted supporters to demonstrate peacefully. The two former employees said that the decision to leave was entirely made on their own.
2 MLB pitchers have been charged with wire fraud conspiracy. Among other charges, Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz are accused of taking bribes from sports bettors to throw certain kinds of pitches. Ortiz was arrested yesterday. Clase not yet in custody. Both pitchers were placed on leave this past July as MLB conducted its investigation. The pair could face up to 65 years in prison if convicted on all charges.
Time is now 6:47 this morning. The overnight snowfall continues to come down in some parts of the Chicago area. Some areas been hit harder than others. Mike's going to have an update after the break.
Weather Authority.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's now 6:49 and snowy conditions are leading to a very slow commute this morning.
Yeah, the snow has been falling since last night. We do have a crew out monitoring some of the current conditions. We're going to check in with them in just a minute.
The longest federal government shutdown in history could be coming to an end. Last night, the Senate voted to consider a stopgap spending deal to reopen the government and fund it through January. A group of Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies.
Well, the Bears use another late game comeback to earn their 6th win of the season. They trailed by 10 points with just 5 minutes left in the game. They scored 2 late touchdowns led by quarterback Kit Williams. Bears win 24-20.
6:50 now, and we want to send it over to Mike Kaplan. Those fluffy, fun-looking clouds, but are they carrying more snow, Mike?
Those particular ones are not carrying the snow. They're part of the overall lake effect. But wow, it is still coming down in parts of Lake County, Illinois, and that is where the next round of snow that's going to hit the city is emanating from, where right now there's a winter weather advisory. Winter storm warnings remain in effect for all the counties shaded there in pink. So 2 main areas of snow snow, one of which now is kind of falling apart in eastern Kankakee County. This is the main action zone right now in Lake County, and this just refuses to stop. I really feel badly for you folks around Zion, Illinois Beach State Park, Winthrop Harbor, not quite as far west as Antioch, but Wadsworth, Lindenhurst, Gurnee. It is coming down to beat the band, and it's not done yet. So that band of snow is going to march down the lake, should hit the city in a couple of hours. 35 for the high today. We're going to see some sunshine as this whole band of snow shifts on out of here by around midday. Tonight, clear, becoming cloudier late. Low temperature 25. It's going to be windy and cold. Check out the 7-day forecast. Tomorrow, maybe a couple of snow showers, especially early. Nothing like what's out there now. 48 on Wednesday, 52 on Thursday, and then we're going to be flirting with 60 degrees here for 3 days. I think we'll be in the 60s for sure on Saturday with a chance for a few rain showers. Not snow, but rain getting in here on Sunday. So what do we have for slowdowns and crashes and mishaps, Natalie?
Just about a grab bag of it all, Mike. I want to start with our friends in Northwest Indiana. I mean, take a look at this incident map. There are so many things going on out there. I'm not going to mention all of them, but let's start in Northwest Indiana. Looks like I-80-94 eastbound at Central Avenue. We have an accident there. We have another one on the Bishop Ford eastbound at 159th Street. Yet another one on I-80 West at Harlem Avenue. Let's see here. We had another one. This is on the Dan Ryan northbound, the express lanes of the Dan Ryan northbound at 43rd Street. Looks like an accident blocking some lanes there. And I'll end on this one. Gabby's going to join us live from DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and there's good reason. We're expecting more lake effect snow there. And because of that, the drive northbound at Oakwood, there's a pileup and including an overturned vehicle. So that's something she's going to be focusing on. If you're taking Metro this morning, hey, good idea. But two of the trains are running behind schedule. This is the Union Pacific North line as well as the Milwaukee District West line. If you take either of those lines, make sure you check the app. And then also, as we click on over to our travel times, if you're taking those express buses that hit the drive, know that they are going to be rerouted so that they don't get impacted by the lake effect snow. On the Kennedy, coming in from the big airport, 35 minutes. On the Eisenhower, coming in from 390, we've got 40 minutes. Already 45 minutes on the Stevenson, I-355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And on the Dan Ryan, coming in from 95th, 40 minutes. There's an urgent recall for baby formula over a botulism scare. 2 lots of By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula are being pulled off shelves. The FDA says 13 children have been hospitalized across 10 states, including Illinois. The affected lots have use-by dates of December 1st. No deaths have been reported. We're going to have more information for you on our website, fox32chicago.com.
In the Philippines, a super typhoon made landfall, bringing strong winds and devastating flooding across the islands. So far, at least 2 people have been confirmed to have died in the storm. Millions of others are now displaced. The storm had sustained winds of up to 185 miles per hour, led to both flooding and landslide concerns.
Blue Origin is delaying the launch of NASA's Escapade mission to Mars after bad weather in Florida grounded its new Glenn rocket. The launch was postponed several times yesterday. The mission aims to send 2 spacecraft to study Mars's magnetic field and atmosphere. Blue Origin says it will try again no earlier than Wednesday. The new Glenn rocket is named after astronaut John Glenn.
Well, Amazon is turning Black Friday and Cyber Monday into a week full of deals. It says it is now starting its Black Friday week deals on Thursday, November the 20th. That's 1 week before Thanksgiving. The deals will extend through the traditional Black Friday shopping period and end on December the 1st, which marks Cyber Monday. Amazon says the extended deals will cover millions of products on its website.
Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has passed away. He led the league for 17 years before stepping down in 2016. During his time, he established the Rooney Rule, in which all teams with coaching vacancies must interview minority candidates. However, he had been criticized for not taking more action on concussions. His family says he died from heart failure after a battle with Parkinson's disease. He was 84 years old.
Basketball Hall of Famer and former head coach Lenny Wilkens has died. Wilkens played in the NBA for 15 years, making 9 All-Star games. After his playing career, he went on to coach the most games in NBA history. He is one of only 5 people to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach. Lenny Wilkins was 88 years old.
6:55, we've got plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead for you. Keep it right here.
When you're looking for
Well, you may soon be having some more affordable mortgage options, but you're going to be paying a whole lot longer. The Trump administration is working to create a 50-year category of rates. Right now, median households spend almost 40% of their monthly income on homes. Extending the life of a mortgage could mean some lower monthly payments, but it will also lead to paying a lot more interest over time. A federal agency is ending a government-run service just months before the start of tax season. The IRS says that it is ending its direct file. It is the free tax filing program that started during the Biden administration. The Trump administration is expected to push for alternative ways that taxpayers can file for free through private companies. The Treasury Department reports less than 300,000 people use direct file. The IRS spent at least $41 million on it this year. While caffeinated coffee may help protect millions of Americans living with a common heart disorder, a 4-year clinical trial examined the effects of drinking coffee in people who are living with an irregular heart rhythm. The study found that drinking 1 cup a day appeared to have a positive effect. It's still unclear why drinking coffee was linked with a lower risk of irregular heartbeat reoccurrence. And this Wednesday morning, the Washington National Cathedral will host a funeral service for Dr. Jane Goodall. She became a global icon for her work studying and living with chimps in the wild. She passed away last month from natural causes at the age of 91. The cathedral will live stream Wednesday's service. And the Farmer's Almanac is ending publication, with its 2026 edition being its last due to increasing financial challenges. This final print edition will be released after 208 years in business. The publication's editor said that they are incredibly proud of the legacy they leave behind. Since the year 1818, people have relied on the Farmer's Almanac for when to plant crops. Another almanac for reference, the Old Farmer's Almanac, will continue to publish an annual edition online.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And now at 7, a look at the radar as snow continues to fall in some areas.
And we are monitoring the conditions on the roads for your morning commute.
That snow is also having a big impact at the airports, like we haven't talked enough about them because of the government shutdown. A look at cancellations and delays.
Let's give you a live look outside over the city of Chicago. Those big fluffy clouds, and doesn't look like lake effects snow falling at this hour, but that's about to change.
Oh boy, it is a Monday, kind of Monday. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day Chicago at 7. We have team coverage of the snow.
And we've got Mike Kaplan standing by first. What do you got out there?
Well, you know, where Roseanne and Gabriella are standing, doesn't look like there's much going on. I want somebody to stand in Gurnee. Maybe I'm going to give my wife a call and say, honey, we need you live, because parts of the area are getting pummeled right now with heavy snow that in some places is adding up to double digits. You've already seen snow like that in northwest Indiana, eastern Kankakee County. So it's a lake effect thumping. Not everybody has gotten it. That's how lake effect works. We try to stress that, but bursts of heavy snow this morning are going to make travel difficult when those bursts happen. Plume of snow will be shifting east through the day, mainly later this morning. Widely varying totals, with a few areas close to or already in some spots more than a foot. North-northwest winds at a good clip too, 18 miles per hour. We have a temperature of 25, but there are some gaps in the clouds out there. These are the current temperatures: 27 at the lakefront, 28 at Joliet, snowing hard at Waukegan, 24. And it's also 24 at Valparaiso. Look at the radar and that big batch of snow and where it's headed in just a little bit. Right now, let's find out what kind of impact this is all having on the commute.
Oh, my goodness. What impact is it not having, Mike? Okay, let's check some of your major interstates this morning. The Eisenhower outbound at Illinois 83. We have an accident there. We head on over now to the Edens, and it looks like the Edens northbound at Peterson Avenue, an accident there. One of the big ones that Gabby's going to be covering a little bit later here is an overturned vehicle on the DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound at Oakwood Avenue. We have another one on the Bishop Ford eastbound at 159th Street, and yet another one here in Northwest Indiana, I-80-94 East at Central Avenue. So quite a few that we're tracking. On Metra, Milwaukee District West and Union Pacific North. 2 trains on those lines are running behind schedule, so check your app. And then if you take any of the express buses that hit Lakeshore Drive, they are not going to be traveling on the drive. They're going to be rerouted because of the potential for lake effect snow, so make sure you keep that in mind. Looking at those travel times, on the Kennedy coming in from the big airport, 35 minutes. Eisenhower 390 to downtown, 40 minutes. 50 minutes already on the Stevenson if you're coming into the drive from I-355, and on the Dan Ryan coming in from 95th, 40 minutes already.
All right, let's start taking a look at a different vantage point here, monitoring the conditions on some of the major roads with Roseanne.
Yeah, she is along the Dan Ryan this morning. Hi, Roseanne.
Hi, good morning. And things are moving smoothly. It's rush hour, it's backed up, and a lot of these drivers are wary from some of the problems that we've seen farther to the south. We want to show you, I think we got some people out here shoveling this morning. We've seen plenty of people stopping at this gas station that we're parked next to, buying that windshield wiper fluid, and we've seen plenty of plows and salt trucks go by treating the roads. But it's still a slushy mess on the side roads, even though the Dan Ryan itself isn't so bad. But we do want to warn people. You know, we talked to a gentleman who came in on I-57. Parts to the south and southwest are pretty rocky. Here's what David Montgomery had to say. How taxing is it to drive in this?
Taxing, it's bad. It's bad. It's real bad. So if I had to come out here to go to work, I wouldn't have came. So I got to go way up north to my job. So it's real bad.
Did you give yourself some extra time today?
Oh, yeah. I ain't got to be there at 7:30, so that's why I'm out early.
Okay, I asked Mr. Montgomery's best advice for all of you. He said, don't go out if you don't have to. Don't drive, especially if you're coming from the south. But again, this is a lull in the storm. It is not over. Oh, there's another salt truck. Boy, they're really, and there's another one at the stoplight. They're everywhere. Just waiting for some snow at this point, and it's coming, Mike Kaplan says a little bit later. Other parts are a whole nother story. Let's see what it looks like on Lakeshore Drive up to the north, where my colleague Gabriella Primus is. Gabriella?
Now, Roseanne, you're doing a good job of keeping people updated on what's happening on the expressways. Well, we're on DuSable Lakeshore Drive on the north side near Lincoln Park. We're at the exit here of LaSalle Drive and North Avenue as well. And honestly, things are looking okay on Lakeshore Drive and some of our city roads that we've been on. Of course, these are the more well-traveled roads, but we know that some of these roads have been treated since around 3 or 4 yesterday afternoon. When I was driving around town, I saw trucks as early as that. But I will say that there is some trouble happening, of course, on the south end of DuSable Lakeshore Drive coming up into the city. Natalie has mentioned it, but it's a rollover crash involving multiple vehicles. It's at Oakwood Boulevard, and traffic starting near 57, so near Hyde Park, all the way up to that area. Involves a rolled over vehicle. It was blocking all northbound lanes. Right now I'm hearing reports that hopefully just one lane is open. Regardless, I would use College Grove instead of using DuSable Lakeshore Drive this morning. As we know, we want to take it easy when we're driving, regardless of where we are, if it's a more highly traveled road or a less traveled road, because some of those entrances, exit ramps to DuSable Lakeshore Drive to some other roadways might be not as plowed. I do want to just bring to your attention, see on the right side of this right lane here on this exit ramp, Lakeshore Drive also looks a lot like this on this right lane. There's some snow that kind of snuck its way into the right side, so just be careful if you are driving around that you want to slow down if it seems like it's sneaking into that right lane a little bit more. But we'll keep you updated here on Lakeshore Drive. Just remember, if you are traveling from the south side, use Cottage Grove instead of maybe northbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive. I'll send it back to you, Natalie and Nita, for now.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. I'm so glad that we got some good advice and the advantage point from what's happening here in the city. We know that our friends in Northwest Indiana especially got much more harsh conditions than we have up here.
Absolutely. So joining us on the phone is Indiana State Police Sergeant Glenn Fifield. Good morning, Glenn. Tell us about some of the latest incidents you're seeing there.
Good morning, Natalie. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of crashes this morning. We're getting a lot of the folks that are just driving too fast for the conditions, and they think that the road's clear. They're hitting some of the bridge decks that thawed originally from the salt and then are refreezing. And another thing that's happening is, Gabby pointed it out, the shoulders still have slush. So people will be driving along and they'll get off into that slush and then lose control of their car, crash, slide off into the ditch or whatever. So we're still seeing a lot of impact and crashes and disabled motorists from the snow that happened.
Yeah, Glenn, tell us a little bit about how you all prepared for this, because of course it's been a while since any of us have had to deal with snow on the roads.
We prayed it wouldn't happen, and that wasn't answered. Yeah, INDOT was prepared. It was an all call out. They had over 100 plows out overnight, salting the roads, plowing what they can. But it's really hard to keep up with lake effect snow. It comes down so hard and so fast that it's almost impossible to keep up. So this lull in the action right now, the sun's out here, is going to really help the salt kick in and get these roads clear. We had an all call out as well for the troopers. We have extra patrol out as well. So it's all hands on deck when we have one of these snow events when we know it's coming.
What is your best advice for someone who maybe gets in a fender bender or a crash?
So I would recommend to folks to stay in the car with your seatbelt fastened. We have plenty of time to survey the damage after the fact. Once the tow truck gets there, once first responders get there, and try making the scene as safe as possible. I've mentioned before in the past, we've had individuals get out of their cars, walk around the scene of the crash thinking that that's the safest place to be, and it's not. We've had people struck. We've had fatalities from just a property damage crash and have it turn tragic. So stay in your car with the seatbelt fast and call 911. We'll get first responders there to you as quick as we can. But yeah, stay in your car. That's the safest place to be.
Yeah, and Glenn, we kind of gave an overview of some of the tougher areas to navigate where you're seeing some issues, but do you want to maybe be specific about if somebody's getting ready to get out on the road where they could have an issue?
Yeah, if you're traveling on I-65, as you head north towards Maryville, Gary area, and actually as you're traveling south, we're having some problems on the overpasses there in Crown Point area. Also out east towards LaPorte County and Michigan City area. We've got troopers on their way right now to a couple crashes that just occurred. And that's where the snow belt is when it comes down off of Lake Michigan. That lake effect always hits LaPorte County first in that Michigan City area. So if you're traveling east towards Michigan or heading south towards Indianapolis, be prepared for extended travel.
Sergeant Fifield, we always appreciate being able to call on you. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, I need a favor. I need Mike to send me some good weather Saturday. I've got a tee time for golf. And this snow has to go away. And from what I understand, there's a good chance it could be gone. So, Mike, I need a favor. Dial in some sun. I need to go golfing Saturday.
Priorities. Right. He said done.
Absolutely.
We'll see what we can do, Glenn.
All right. Thanks.
You take care. All right. From the roads now to the skies, taking a look at flight cancellations and delays this morning at Chicago's airports. O'Hare's reporting 225 canceled flights, along with 57 delayed flights already so far today. You know, there's usually a ripple effect. At Midway, they are reporting 122 cancellations, along with 6 delays.
And let's take another live look outside. Right now at 7:10 this morning. Ooh, sunshine, gorgeous. Mike. I mean, it looks great out there.
That's right. Yeah, right. There are other spots that have zero visibility or next to it. But I can just, what I need to know is exactly what time his tea time is going to be. And I will arrange for that sunshine there. Our favorite Indiana State trooper, always great to have him on. All right. Yes, there you see sunshine breaking through. This is how lake effect works. I know some of you are saying, well, I didn't get that much. And other of you are saying, oh my gosh, when will it stop? It is still pouring snow across parts of Lake County, and in particular the northeastern portion of Lake County. This is where double-digit snowfall totals have already occurred, and you can see the snow is still pointed right in there. Now here's the deal. That lake effect plume of snow is going to be moving to the south, which means it's going to come back into the city here in a couple of hours. This goes all the way, way east of Milwaukee. So that is going to come through here. We're not done with the snow in the city. One last wave to come through. Might put down another, fresh inch or so and make the roads slippery again, even after they've been cleaned up so well by the streets and sand folks. These are the current temperatures. 26 at Midway, Kankakee, where you've had plenty of snow earlier, 25. Still hammering Waukegan with 24. Aurora, you're like, what snow? What snow? 25. And we got 25 at Michigan City, 24 at Valparaiso. There is a big thaw on the way later this week, so whatever snow you do have will be gone here shortly. But we still are not done with the snow, even in the city. Back to you both.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We continue monitoring the road conditions this morning. After the break, we're going to be talking with the Department of Streets and Sanitation here in the city. They have a hard job to do, and we're going to check in with them. 7:12.
Well, snowy conditions are leading to a very slow commute this morning.
Yeah, hello Monday. The snow has been falling since last night. We have crew monitoring the conditions this morning, and we'll check in with them in just a bit.
Here's some good news. The longest federal government shutdown in history could be coming to an end very soon. Last night, the Senate voted to consider a stopgap spending deal to reopen the government and fund it through January. A group of Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies.
The Bears use another late comeback against the Giants to earn their 6th win of the season. They trailed by 10 points with just 5 minutes left in the game. It was not looking good for scores, but they ended up scoring 2 touchdowns. Thank you, Caleb Williams, coming through for us. Bears win 24-20.
All right, let's take a look at your commute this morning. We have so many issues on the roadway. After we check this, we'll get a closer look at the weather conditions with Mike. Let's start in the north portion of our viewing area, I-41/94 north at Wisconsin 50. It looks like there's an accident there and traffic backed up. I'm going to mention that pretty much anywhere you drive this morning on all of your major expressways, we are seeing an incident. We've got another one on the Tri-State inbound right before Buckley Road. And we've got several in the southern portion of our viewing area in northwest Indiana. So even though that lake effect snow is holding up for now, the cleanup continues on all of these accidents. Checking your Metro this morning, that's a great way to get into work. 2 of the lines, though, are experiencing some delays, Union Pacific North Line and Milwaukee District West Line. And if you are planning on taking any of the Chicago City buses that travel on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, know that those express buses are not going to be taking the drive this morning. They're going to be rerouted because of the potential for lake effect snow. Let's check those drive times now. You'll notice they are certainly building. On the Kennedy, coming in from the big airport, actually not too bad, 35 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 40 minutes. 2 hot spots are going to be the Stevenson and the Dan Ryan. So on the Stevenson, if you're coming in from I-355, you're looking at 45 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, if you're coming in from 95th, 45 minutes as well. Mike?
All right, you've got sunshine hitting the Dan Ryan there, and it's kind of deceiving. The city so far has missed out on much snow. Officially at O'Hare, 1.7, or actually 1.6 inches has come down. But there are some spots in northwest Indiana, eastern Kankakee County, and now Lake County, Illinois, that have been pummeled with double-digit snowfall. I just heard from my wife. She's up 5 inches of snow at Gurnee, but you get a little farther northeast around Wadsworth and Zion and Winthrop Harbor. These areas have picked up double-digit totals, 12 to 14 inches of snow there, and it is still snowing there. It is not done. And if we go a little farther north, take a look at this plume of lake effect snow. It goes all the way up in the center of the lake. This is finally beginning to show some signs of doing this, which means it's going to head toward the city here in the next couple of hours and finally end this kind of merciless pummeling that's been hitting Lake County over the past few hours. I'll put this into motion. You can see how it's pointed now right toward the city, and it'll be moving in, I think, by 9 o'clock. Now, the snow is going to end here around midday. It'll be moving through northwest Indiana and go bye-bye. We'll have a high of only 35, but as a lot of us are seeing right now, there's going to be some sun. Tomorrow, for Veterans Day, maybe a couple of light flurries or a snow shower in the morning. Not expecting accumulation, a high of 42. And then we start a nice warming trend. 48 on Wednesday, 52 Thursday, 56 Friday. And I think we're good for 60s this weekend. Whatever snow is left is going to be gone. In fact, there may even be a little bit of just rain on Sunday, but that day does not look to be a complete washout. All right, Anita, back to you.
All right, get us to brighter days. Thank you. As we give you 4 different looks outside right now. Some folks still really going through it with this rain out there. And for those of us who are in a lull, just remember there's more on the way. Plenty more weather and traffic ahead. Keep it right here. It's 7:20.
Stream
I believe I've used this lead-in every week now for about the past 5 weeks. It wasn't pretty, but the Bears found a way to win another game. Yes, they did. They got a W. Joining me to break it down is our very own Lou Canellis. Thanks for getting up bright and early for us. Lou, we saw a couple of young quarterbacks out there yesterday. One of them won the game. The other had to leave with a concussion protocol. Between Jackson Dart and Caleb, who's the better QB?
You know, that's a great question. I'm glad you brought that up because I listened to enough sports talk with Bears fans after the game who complained about this win. Let me get to the answer of your question first. Statistically, Jackson Dart was ripping apart the Bears defense while he was healthy out there on the football field before he left the game with a concussion. But I'm going to take something away from David Hawes' article on the Scores website that I read this morning. Hawes said there is not a statistic for toughness, and no one can dispute the toughness that Caleb Williams showed in that fourth quarter to bring his team back, to will his team to win again. And that needs to be remembered by all Bears fans out there who woke up this morning, who I listened to, who are complaining because Jackson Dart played so well against that Bears defense, because the Bears haven't beaten a team with a winning record yet. The combined records of the teams they have defeated, their 6 wins, is 15-41. I get it. And guess what? It all starts next Sunday at Minnesota. It needs to be better. And then you've got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers coming. And then you've got Black Friday at Philadelphia against the #1 seed in the NFC right now against the Eagles on Fox 32 Chicago. But can we appreciate the win for a second?
I
need to remind everyone that we went 5-12 last year, 7-10 in 20 and 23, 3-14 in 2022. My point, Michael, is these games in the past, the Bears lost. The Bears are winning these games now, and that's part of growing as a team and believing in yourself. And that goes, the credit to that goes to the head coach, Ben Johnson, who's got these players believing. Now, is it going to work the next 8 games? If it does, they'll be a playoff team. They'll need to win 10 games. If it doesn't, they won't be a playoff team. And we'll look ahead to next season.
All right, well, let's look ahead to next week. Minnesota had a tough opponent. They faced the resurgent Ravens yesterday. And then the opponent after that is Pittsburgh, who looked like absolute garbage against the Chargers last night. Is it conceivable that the Bears could find themselves, 8-3 coming up here with, riding high and saying, hey, we are going to the playoffs?
Mike, anything's conceivable. You're right. Remember, they had Minnesota on the ropes. And then J.J. McCarthy had the best quarter of his NFL career so far. They blew that game. They gave it away, the season opener at home. Aaron Rodgers is like this. He's the oldest quarterback in the NFL right now. But the Steelers bring J.J. Watt, all right? Not J.J. Watt, his brother. The Vikings bring a hell of a defense next Sunday. So each of these teams are going to bring something that the Bears need to be ready for. And I thought Ben Johnson was asked a real key question yesterday. He was asked about his relationship with Kyler Gordon, who's out right now, obviously, with his injury. And he said, I really haven't even gotten to know Kyler Gordon yet because he hasn't been on the football field yet. Same with Jalen Johnson. So this team is still learning about each other because sometimes we forget. Guys, Ben Johnson is in his first season. These assistant coaches are working with these players for the first time, the first 9 games. This team is still growing together. We could be sitting here, Mike, complaining, hey, they're 3-6, and I'd be telling you, well, they're still learning that offensive scheme. They're still learning about what each guy does well. They're winning right now while they're learning about each other, and the Bears are fortunate to be able to pull that off.
30 seconds left. Big contribution so far from their new acquisition, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He got one of the game balls yesterday. What do you think about him so far?
Arguably one of the top pickups by Ryan Poles in 4 seasons as general manager. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson said it yesterday after the game. He said he was humbled. He didn't say I've been humbled, but what he said was he didn't get a call for 2 months. And at that point, you're sitting at home wondering, holy cow, I just won a Super Bowl. I had 6 interceptions last season, and nobody wants me. I've played on 4 teams. All right, the Bears are the 4th team. I played on 3 teams since March, and nobody wants me. I need to look at myself and see what I'm doing wrong. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been arguably one of the top 3-4 pickups since Ryan Poles has been GM.
I agree with your breakdown there, Lou. Always great to see you on a Victory Monday. Why don't we do this again a week from today, buddy?
Yes, okay.
All right, Lou Canellis joining us there. Take a look at that shot of the city. Waves lapping up there on the breakwater. We have some sunshine and some clouds, and the snow is not done for the city. The stuff that's hitting Lake County headed that way. I've got the forecast coming up.
This
You're watching Good Day Chicago at 7:30.
Thanks so much for joining us on this tumultuous Monday morning. Of course, the big story is the snow out there, the winter storm. Snow is crippling much of Chicago and northern Indiana. This is a live look at a drive this morning. I believe this is in Waukegan. The storm dropped several inches overnight, and for some of us, it is not over yet. Yes, this is a live look at roads in Lake County, courtesy of one of our photographers. And Fox 32 is bringing you live team coverage on the conditions from the north suburbs to the south suburbs and beyond.
Yeah, Gabriella Primus is standing by. So let's head out first to Roseanne, and we'll get to Gabriella in just a moment here. Roseanne, tell us where you are and how things are.
Well, we're at 59th in the Dan Ryan, and you can probably see the sun blaring on my face this morning. We see some patches of blue throughout the sky. So things are looking pretty good. I'll show you now the Dan Ryan, which was a little sketchy this morning. It was very sloppy going, and there's still a lot of traffic, but of course it is rush hour. There's a lot of slush off to the side, and it's cold out here, so those wet roads have the potential to be very slippery. We have seen accidents and spin outs along here, but we have also seen a large number of salt trucks and plows treating the roads all morning long. Earlier this morning, though, boy, what a scene this morning. The snow blowing with the high winds kicking up any snow that had already fallen in the city. Rogers Park got socked this morning, as did many parts of the city. But by the time the sun came up, much of it had been dealt with. In other parts, as you know, of town, especially to the south of the city, southwest side, those areas, plows simply couldn't keep up with the snow this morning, and there's a much bigger problem there. But here on the side street, if you come back live, Wentworth, you see it's just very slushy and wet. We've talked to a lot of motorists this morning, and here's what they had to say about the conditions.
The roads have been not bad. They haven't been bad at all this morning. Basically just, not stop and go, just slow. Taking it very easy this morning.
Right. But it is the first one of the season, so I don't know, for you that might be a good thing, because that's cha-ching, cha-ching.
Most definitely. But no, other than that, it's just we're having a great morning this morning. A great morning. We're trying to get out to help people if they snowed in or plowed in or whatever. We're going to come remove the snow for them.
We've also talked to a lot of people who have been out there clearing roads and sidewalks, and yes, it is a good thing for business, but for a lot of drivers and everything, it's a shock to the system because it is a little early in the season. So be prepared today and make sure you have everything in your car. If you do get sidelined, remember it's cold out here and it's windy, and so you want to be prepared and you want to have your windshield wiper fluid. It has been a hot seller at the gas station that we are parked near this morning. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne. Good reminders this morning. Let's get over now to Gabriella Primus.
Yeah, and she's live on Lakeshore Drive North. Gabriella, much of the same there, or are you seeing some things that are different from Roseanne?
You know, it sounds a bit similar from Roseanne's report. I will say she has some of the sun shining on her. Well, we just had some cloud cover come over us here in Lincoln Park. So maybe it's coming your way, Roseanne. But we're not obviously seeing any snow falling anymore. Roads are looking okay. You know, they've been treated, well treated since yesterday afternoon into this morning. Crew's been working hard. Really, I will say the only thing that is causing a hiccup for people on Lakeshore Drive here, again, we're near LaSalle Drive, North Avenue, is over on the right lane, on the right side. You're going to see some snow buildup. That's, of course, from plows, maybe pushing it over to the right side. So if you're driving in that right lane, take it easy. Know that there might be a little bit more snow sneaking into your right lane. That crash I was talking about over on the south side of DuSable Lakeshore Drive near Oakwood Boulevard, it was causing traffic starting at 57th, so Hyde Park all the way up. It was a multi-vehicle crash involving an overturned car. It was blocking all lanes on the northbound side. That has cleared, but still some residual delay. Regardless, I'd still take Cottage Grove to go northbound in that area. But some of, similar as Natalie's been saying, following some of these crashes, take it easy this morning because it might look okay in one area, just like here in Lincoln Park, but look totally different on the south side of Lakeshore Drive and other side streets here in Chicago. Some of the major ones we've been on this morning are looking okay. Of course, we haven't been on those less traveled roads. They might be a little bit more slushy than most of the other ones. But we'll keep you updated here from DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Live, Gabriella Primus, Fox 32 Chicago. I'll send it back to you.
Gabriella, thank you. Let's widen things out now with a few different looks. And you can see even the bean looks cold today. Not too many people out there. But Mike Kaplan, you said this is round one for many of us in the city.
There's some more snow on the way, and it should be moving into the city within the next couple of hours. This is what has been hammering Lake County really for the past several hours, dumping some really big snowfall there. These are the wind gusts, and we still have some 20-plus mph'ers out there. Look at Gary's wind at 32. Notice northwest wind, or the northeast wind. Let me get the directions right. There's your northwest wind. They come together, causes this little zone of convergence, that line right here. Think of that as the channel through which the next area of lake effect snow is more or less going to flow. Visibility tells us how hard it's snowing. I'll show you that in a second. These are the wind chills. Roseanne, absolutely right. It is cold. Feels like it's 11 at O'Hare right now, and not much better anywhere else in Chicagoland. Visibility, how hard is it snowing? Well, you've got a quarter-mile visibility at Waukegan. That is the lowest I have seen there today. It is still snowing to beat the band there, but it is about to let up. Take a look here where you see the dark blues, Lake County and over the lake. That is where the heaviest snow is falling, and it is now finally beginning to make that turn and head south. But you're not done with the snow in Waukegan, Zion, Winthrop Harbor, Gurnee, Libertyville. Is still maybe another couple inches coming down in a short period of time. With those gusty winds, travel in those areas really, really difficult. 42 tomorrow, happy Veterans Day, with maybe a light snow shower. 48 on Wednesday as we begin a warming trend that I think will get us into the 60s here this weekend. Certainly a 60-plus on Saturday. And I think we can tag 60 degrees on Sunday with a chance for a little bit of rain. All right, let's look at some lovely photos that have been coming in via the Fox 32 weather app, including this shot right here. Visiting Marilyn Monroe in Palm Springs, California. This is from Jim and Mary Lou Hamilton. Do you know what movie that is from, where she did that famous scene? The 7-Year Itch. The 7-Year Itch. Now, I did not know that there was that huge statue out there.
No, didn't know.
But I know that she's fully clothed underneath, just making that
Thanks, Mike.
known.
We needed that clarification.
That's exactly right. All right, our second photo, Ron Radke. This is his granddaughter playing in the leaves at his house. Ron, I'm not sure what her name is, but thank you for sharing a picture there of your granddaughter enjoying the leaves. I bet that there is some snow on those leaves this morning. My friend Marilee Collier sent us a picture from her Wonder Lake chicken coop.
Ooh.
She and her boyfriend, they want fresh eggs. So at their place, they have bought chickens, and they're now keeping chickens, and these hens are producing eggs already.
Awesome.
And this is the first time some of those birds have seen snow.
Aw.
Because they're spring chickens. Thank you for that. And Sally Hubbard, who, by the way, she owns the cousin of our German Shepherd dog, Reagan.
Aww.
Sally used to work for Save a Pet. These are her horses, Dooley, like the truck, all right, the truck, and Dusty in Culver, Indiana. I thought that was a beautiful shot with that sun in the background. Sally, take care and say hi to her. I think Rambo.
They look hungry.
Yeah, they think they want.
They look like they're waiting for food. Like, okay, take this
Mommy,
picture so I can get my food. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. That was great. Here's a look at some of your drive times this morning. Take a good look if you're commuting into the city. We'll be right back. We have major developments overnight on Capitol Hill, where there is now a deal to reopen the government. Several Democratic senators have agreed to move forward without a guaranteed extension of those health care subsidies, which they have been demanding for almost 6 weeks. The bill, though, still faces opposition from several Democrats.
I must vote no. This health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR.
The measure passed last night and will fund the government in exchange for a vote in December to possibly extend the ACA tax credits that expire January 1st.
These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year.
The Senate will need 60 votes to pass the measures. The House must also approve them before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown. And a federal appeals court has just ruled that SNAP benefits have to be paid in full for November. The court in Boston made the ruling, though the Supreme Court's order from last week means the government won't have to pay for at least 48 hours. Over the weekend, the White House ordered states to undo paying full benefits. Now it's going to appeal the federal court ruling.
Well, flight delays and cancellations are sky high as FAA flight cuts drag on. Add that to the weather that we're seeing. They started last week at 4%. They're expected to rise to 10% by November 14th. The cuts have affected tens of thousands of travelers at the nation's busiest airports, including O'Hare and Midway. And Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says until the government reopens, we'll keep seeing air traffic control staffing shortages and delays.
As we get closer to Thanksgiving travel, listen, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have air travel slow to a trickle. As everyone wants to travel to see their families.
According to data from FlightAware, Sunday saw more than 2,000 flight cancellations. It was a first since the shutdown began.
A man accused of stealing an ambulance and crashing into CPD squad cars on Friday is now charged with 19 felonies. Lamont Hill is expected in court today. Police claim he took the ambulance from Loretto Hospital. They followed him through traffic until he hit a squad car. And here is what was heard over the police radio.
Everybody use caution. He's still driving it. He's taking off again. Yep, ramming squad cars. He's ramming squad cars. Northbound Central. All right, 10-1, 6-3 Charlie's got shots fired. Central and Jackson. Austin 6-3 Charlie has a 10-1, shots fired by the police.
The charges against Hill range from vehicular hijacking to aggravated battery of police officers, kidnapping and damaging property. We'll let you know what happens in court.
And here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9. There's plenty more ahead, so keep it right here. It's about 7:45.
Make the
Welcome back. Major developments overnight on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, there is now a deal to reopen the government. Several Democratic senators, including Dick Durbin, have agreed to move forward without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, which they have been demanding for almost 6 weeks. The Senate will need 60 votes to pass the measure. The House must also approve it before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown. So still a ways for it to go, but at least there's something in the works right now. A family claims Border Patrol agents pepper sprayed them in a Sam's Club parking lot over the weekend while they were there with their 1-year-old daughter. And they say it happened around the same time federal immigration agents were conducting operations in Cicero. A pastor saw what happened and took the family to a hospital.
And we are following the first major snowfall of the year across Chicagoland in northern Illinois and northwest Indiana. This is a live look at the roads in Lake County in Kenosha, courtesy of one of our photographers.
Always love to say that camera is mounted, so they are driving safely, but northwest Indiana saw treacherous conditions overnight, and we want to show you what they got. You can see plows out, pushing heavy snow off the roads in Hammond. This is from just before 2 a.m., and you can see near whiteout conditions there.
And more heavy snow spotted overnight in Deerfield. Streets filled with snow, as was the metro station there. You could really see it coming down in this view. This is just before 2 a.m.
Moments in eastern Kankakee County, seeing up to a foot of snow. And this is a picture sent in from Donna Burgess. I believe this was a friend of hers. Mike sent...
friend of mine, Patrick Paul's a friend of hers. And she said, yeah, go ahead and send him that picture. So, yeah.
Okay.
And also, let's check the airports as well this morning. They were at a full stop earlier this morning. FlightAware.com reporting 450 cancellations at O'Hare. Just within the last 24 hours, all kinds of snow removal equipment is being used on runways and parking lots, and crews have been working throughout the night to remove the snow.
In this job, it's very all over the place. You know, one minute we don't have any snow, the next minute we have snow. So we always try and stay prepared and ahead of the game, making sure we have game plans ready. Our guys are all trained and, you know, familiar with the areas. So it really helps us out a lot. So when that weather's all over the place, we're ready to go.
Midway also seeing some cancellations. At last check, FlightAware.com reporting 49 cancellations at Midway. 7:49 now as we take a live look outside, and this is a view of several portions of our viewing area, and you can see the snow has subsided, Mike, for now.
But it's getting cloudier, and I commented to you guys during his soundbite. Did you hear that? That was some of the graupel that was falling.
It woke me up at 1:30 this morning.
You heard that pinging on the windows? Yeah, those little styrofoam or Dippin' Dots, like I like to call them. But, you know, the roads really, you know, Streets and Sam done a very good job of keeping things in good shape here. But then again, they have not had to fight in the city. They've not had to fight the kind of snow that hit parts of northwest Indiana, Kankakee County, and now parts of Lake County, Illinois. At O'Hare, not a big deal, 1.6 inches. Winthrop Harbor, 14 inches of snow. Lowell, Indiana with a 10. Moments in eastern Kankakee County, 13 inches there. Beach Park, close to Waukegan's airport, 1 foot of snow. And it is still snowing there, but the end is in sight. You can take a look at the back edge of that snow now sneaking through Kenosha County, and this is headed where? Toward the city. This will be a progressive band of snow, meaning it will not sit for hours on end in any one location, dumping multiple inches of snow. It's going to be a quick burst of heavier snow, and then it's going to move on to the next town to the east. 35 today. We'll all get some sunshine mixed in here. 42 tomorrow. Pretty good chance of a couple of light snow showers, nothing like what parts of the area have seen today and overnight. Then we warm up. 48 Wednesday, 52 Thursday, 56 Friday. I've got a 62 rolling for Saturday, and we should be close to 60 degrees on Sunday with a pretty good chance for some rain. No snow, just some rain moving in by then. All right.
Well, new this morning, President Trump is granting pardons for 77 people tied to a plot to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
The most notable pardons granted to former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and attorney and former federal prosecutor Sidney Powell. Those accused allegedly worked together to submit names of fake electors from 3 states to try and keep the president in office for a second consecutive term.
President Donald Trump says Americans could be in for a big payout if his sweeping tariffs remain in effect. President said most people could receive a check for $2,000 from revenue generated by his nearly global tariffs. The potential plan is part of Trump's defense on keeping those tariffs in play as the Supreme Court decides if they are constitutional. The tariffs, which include those enacted on Canada, China, and Mexico, were ordered by the Trump administration without legislative approval under the 1970s Emergency Powers Law. President Trump says the payment would only be sent to non-high-income earners.
Well, it is Victory Monday. If you didn't know, the Bears escaped with another win using another late comeback. The Bears trailed by 10 with just 5 minutes left in the game. But Caleb Williams moved the Bears downfield and found Rome Odunze in the end zone. The Bears got the ball back. Williams found the end zone again, this time with his own legs. Bears win 24-20. We love to see it. The Bears say these wins are just confidence builders.
They have this belief that we're going to find a way, you know, in the fourth quarter, provided it's somewhat close, we're going to find a way to come out on top of this thing. And it's week in and week out, they're proving that.
It does build confidence that we can, it doesn't matter how, you know, the deficit we're at, it doesn't matter how much we're up, it doesn't matter what happened throughout the game, that, you know, we can come through as a team.
Up next, the Bears will travel to Minnesota to take on the Vikings.
And 2 Major League Baseball players have been indicted after being accused of taking bribes and throwing away games. Cleveland Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz are accused of taking bribes from bettors to rig pitches, helping gamblers in the Dominican Republic win prop bets. Federal prosecutors say Ortiz was arrested Sunday at Boston Logan Airport. The FBI is still looking for Clase. Both face wire fraud and money laundering charges. Now, a couple weeks ago, as you might recall, several NBA stars were arrested in a separate betting scandal. Well, meantime, an actor known for his connections to supporting U.S. military troops uses his fame to help veterans find living space and artistic expression.
He's very well known here on Good Day Chicago with all the work he's done for veterans in the Chicago area. Gary Sinise is helping a nonprofit group, Creative Vets, transform an abandoned Nashville church into a 24-hour Veterans Arts Center and Community Hub. Creative Vets hopes to help provide creative arts outlets for vets when PTSD strikes. The center would be a place to counteract local bar atmospheres that could become harmful for vets. It features window art that's inspired by songs from Sinise's late son, Mac.
Sharing stories is essential to healing. If you contain all those things, they can self-combust in ways that can be very damaging, and we don't want that to happen. So we teach people at the Gary Sinise Foundation how to tell their stories, and that's what they do at Creative Vets. Tell your story, sing a song, figure it out.
Sinise is also donating $1 million to purchase the building. So great work that continues, and now for many years to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here. Costco once again issuing a recall for nearly 1 million bottles of Prosecco over concerns about the bottle itself. The Kirkland Signature Valdobbiadene Prosecco sold for about $8 a bottle between April and August. F&F Wines International, that's the manufacturer of the wine, has gotten about 10 reports of bottles breaking or shattering. The same type of Prosecco was pulled off shelves over concerns it could spontaneously explode a few months ago.
No. Some good news for people shopping ahead of Thanksgiving. Your meal might cost less this year. I know, that's pretty surprising given everything going on. A Wells Fargo report, though, analyzes what's going on, and they say that people buying the big ticket items will spend about 2 to 3% less than they did last year. Store brand Thanksgiving items could cost about $80 to feed a family of 10. And if you buy name brand items, that cost should be around $95.
Yikes. Amazon turning Black Friday and Cyber Monday into weeks of deals. The company says it's launching its Black Friday shopping specials on Thursday, November 20th. That is a full week before Thanksgiving. The deals will stretch all the way through traditional Black Friday and end on December 1st, which marks Cyber Monday. Amazon says the extended deals cover millions of products.
I just hope they're real good deals, not just long lasting. Another lottery jackpot is climbing. The Mega Millions prize is $900 million and could hit $1 billion. In that range, you're ahead of tomorrow night's draw. If you were to take home the cash lump sum, you'd get about $415.3 million. The last jackpot win was on June 27th. Your odds of winning, yeah, you know, they're always tough. 1 in 290 million, but that one has to be somebody.
That's right, Anita. The Trump administration is floating a new approach on creating much longer home mortgages to help home buyers. The Federal Housing Finance Agency confirmed the administration is working to create a new 50-year mortgage category of rates. President Trump campaigned on more affordable housing for younger generations in last year's presidential elections. Redfin says the median household spends is almost 40% of their monthly income on homes. A federal agency ending a government-run service just months ahead of tax season. The IRS will stop Direct File, which is the free tax filing program that launched during the Biden administration. The Trump administration is expected to push for alternative ways for taxpayers, that is, to file for free through private companies. The Treasury Department says less than 300,000 people use Direct File, so it wasn't very popular, while the IRS spent at least $41 million on it this year.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Take a look at that right now at 8. A winter storm is slamming Chicago and northern Indiana, bringing the first major snowfall of the year. We got several inches overnight, and for some of us, it's not over yet.
Dozens of schools call off classes as the storm blows through. We'll tell you what tomorrow even could look like.
And let's take a live look outside right now. This is the corner of Lake and Michigan, right outside our studio. The roads look pretty clear this morning. Caitlin is tracking how much longer this could last.
Thanks for being here in our 8 o'clock hour of Good Day Chicago. And Caitlin, how long before the second round moves in? Are we there yet or still waiting?
It's moving towards Chicago. So some of us are actually getting it right now. If you're north of the city, so Lake County, we're talking about this lake effect band of snow that's going to be shifting south throughout, especially the first half of the day here in Chicagoland. But I want to show you the big picture where you can see that swath, the blue shade from, again, northern Cook County into Lake County where the heaviest snow is falling. Let's take a closer look at our radar. We still have snow coming down in Chicago, but it is light at the moment. I can see it from our cameras. But if you take a look again, Waukegan stretching south into northern Cook County. That's where we have the heaviest snowfall coming down. You can see Hoffman Estates being impacted, Vernon Hills, Waukegan. This snow that is coming down heavy, the lake effect band, is going to be shifting south as mentioned, especially through midday for us in Chicago. We're going to see it over the next few hours into northwest Indiana after that. And unfortunately, northwest Indiana holding out of that potential for lake effect through this evening. I'll have more ahead.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. We're seeing lots of different types of situations for people, from clearing to maybe something else.
Yeah, other people still in the thick of this. You know, I was driving into work this morning, and on the radio they were saying some people haven't seen anything. I mean, it's crazy depending on where you live, but if you're driving anywhere, you might want to really track your route. Gabriela Primus and Roseanne Tejas continuing our team coverage on this messy commute this morning. Good morning, ladies. Let's start with Roseanne.
Well, good morning. That's right. It's back. The cold, wintry, snowy weather. You maybe pulled this out this morning. The scrapers are back out, the big, ugly boots, and the traffic nightmares. But as you said, Natalie, it really depends. You know, how bad was it? It depends where you were. Here on the Dan Ryan right now, it looks pretty good. Earlier this morning, it was very dicey, though, as were parts of the city. Super early, the wind was blowing and the snow was blowing, and it was very wintry outside. But now the sun has come out in parts. There's patches of blue, but Mike says this is the lull between storms. We will be getting some more snow today. So let's take a look at the road here on Wentworth where we are, and it's a slushy mess. We talked to motorists, and we did have somebody tell us that he had a good attitude despite the challenges.
Normally we don't have it so soon. We probably have it like after Thanksgiving, you know, so this is a surprise for me, you know. But other than that, I got to deal with it, you know. I guess I'll be making snowman, snowwoman with my daughter today.
Okay, not sure if you heard Ron Kemp, but we did speak to a gentleman who said he just wasn't expecting it so early, but it was time to adapt, and he happily went to work just a little early to make up for it, expecting a treacherous commute. So again, just be prepared. Later today, we will be getting some more snow, and again, you've got to be prepared with your windshield wiper fluid and all of that. Back to you now in the studio.
Okay, thanks so much. Good advice, Roseanne. And let's send it over now to Gabriela Primus.
Yeah, not worst case scenario, Gabriela, but I know you're live along Lakeshore Drive North. Obviously, it could be better, too.
Yeah, you know what? It could be better. The same thing that's happening kind of on our expressways where Roseanne is on the south side is happening here on the north side. We're in Lincoln Park right now. We're right off the exit of Lakeshore Drive at LaSalle Drive, North Avenue. And really, just like she's saying, it's a slush that's causing some problems and not anything major right now. It's not freezing and really that slippery, but still it's going to make you probably hit on your brakes a bit if you're in that right lane and you see some of the snow and the slush on the right side because a plow was removing it over there and it might be sneaking more into the right lane. So just be careful and be ready maybe for some people to tap their brakes. Also, some of that snow that's flying off people's cars and coming onto your car because they didn't wipe it all the way up. If you're really tall, then good for you, and make sure that you're wiping the top of your car. If you're short like me, I'm sorry to the people behind me. But, you know, let's talk about some of the roadways that might be a little more dicey, I guess, if you want to say that in the city. I'm hearing that inner LSD, inner Lakeshore Drive is a little bit more slushy, maybe a little bit more remnants of the snow on there, as well as Gertha and Michigan Avenue even though that is really highly traveled, and so is Wells Street. We're hearing of some slush on the ground. But, you know, right here, we're at our vantage point, again, Lincoln Park. We're not seeing much happening on LSD other than the right lane, and that's probably going to be the case for a lot of places. Although, still be careful if you're going off the exit ramp, the entrance ramps. They've been working hard. City crews have since yesterday afternoon to get things clear. But like you guys said, I mean, it's different everywhere you go. Every street might be a little different than the next person, also depending on when you leave. But for now, just take it easy and make sure you're taking your time, leaving a few extra minutes if you're headed out the door. I'll send it back to you for now, Natalie and Nina.
Gabriela, thank you. Yeah, not everyone can stay in. Some folks have to get out and all of this. So OMC is just telling people not to travel unless you really have to today. You can find updates on road conditions at gettingaroundillinois.com. If you need help finding a warming center, maybe call 311. You can also sign up for text from OEMC through notifychicago.org.
And major developments overnight on Capitol Hill, where there is now a deal to reopen the government. Several Democratic senators, including ours locally, Dick Durbin, have agreed to move forward without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, which they have been demanding for almost 6 weeks now. The bill, though, still faces opposition from several Democrats.
I must vote no. This health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR.
Measure passed last night. It will fund the government in exchange for a vote in December to possibly extend the ACA tax credits that expire January 1st.
These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year.
So here's the deal. The filibuster ended last night, okay? But the Senate still needs 60 votes to pass the entire measure that we explained. And then after that, the House must also approve the measure before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown. We'll keep you posted. And a federal appeals court has just ruled SNAP benefits have to be paid in full for November. This is very confusing because it's been a back and forth. The court in Boston made the ruling, although the Supreme Court's order from last week means the government won't have to pay for at least 48 hours. Over the weekend, the White House ordered states to undo paying full benefits. It is going to appeal the federal court ruling, so stay tuned for that.
Well, flight delays and cancellations are sky high as FAA flight cuts drag on. They started last week, of course, at 4%, are expected to rise to 10% by November 14th. The cuts have affected tens of thousands of travelers at the nation's busiest airports. Of course, that does include O'Hare and Midway. And Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says until the government does reopen, we'll keep seeing air traffic control staffing shortages and delays.
As we get closer to Thanksgiving travel, listen, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have air travel slow to a trickle. As everyone wants to travel to see their families.
Not a good situation. FlightAware says Sunday saw more than 2,000 flight cancellations, a first since the shutdown began. And of course, you have those shortages causing delays, the flight cuts, and then you add on the weather that we're seeing, and you really have people wondering, well, maybe I should just call ahead or...
Yeah, it's a triple whammy, for everybody. And today, I know early this morning, it was like a full ground stop at O'Hare. I'm assuming Midway as well. It was just a mess.
Last night when I got in, it was so busy in the hotel. And I was talking to the guy working at the reception desk, and I was like, there's a lot of people here. I was surprised. I thought, people would be avoiding travel because of the snowstorm. And he said, all of these people are expected to leave tomorrow. And I was like, that's very interesting. So this morning, I got up and I saw a lot of people with their bags, and I'm thinking, I don't know what time they're going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah.
We aren't done with the snow. I know you look out the window if you're in the city and you're thinking, there's not snow coming down right now. There might be a few flakes here or there. We have this lake effect snow band that's coming down north of the city. So in Lake County, where we have the heaviest snow, it's starting to push into northern Cook County. This is going to continue to traverse south and then into northwest Indiana throughout the day. And when you get under one of these snow bands, that's when the visibility drops. The snow piles up quickly and it becomes a dangerous situation, not only because of the snow falling, but I do want to mention too, the snow that's already on the ground. It's quite gusty out there. So we could have instances where the wind blows the snow up on top of your vehicle, which is going to add to the drop in visibility. But behind me, you can see this loop where the snow is coming down the heaviest. As I mentioned, it is mostly in Lake County still, but starting to push into portions of northern Cook County. So here's a closer peek. Let me shout out a couple communities. Waukegan, you see the heavy snow moving south of you here shortly. Vernon Hills, you have some heavy snowfall. Same thing near Hoffman Heights. We do see it in Schaumburg as well. As we take a look to our western areas, Kane, Kendall, Grundy County, I'm seeing a few specks of blue out there. Light snow coming down in portions of northern LaSalle County too. Northwest Indiana, you're getting a bit of a break right now, but we are going to have that potential for snow not only through midday for Illinois, but into northwest Indiana through this evening. Temperatures are chilly. We're in the 20s and 30s. I'll show you that wind chill and those wind speeds ahead. Also the timeline of when this snow finally moves out coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. And plenty more ahead on Good Day Chicago, including a growing movement to protect kids' mental health by keeping them off a smartphone.
And it is Diabetes Awareness Month, so we're learning about the signs and the symptoms to watch for, and the people who may not realize they're at risk. Important stuff ahead.
We've got more weather on the way, but first, here is your 7-day forecast.
Dad, it's really cold in here.
Yeah, I think the furnace is out again.
Dad, the toilet's backed up again. Dad, Power's out downstairs.
Great. Heating, plumbing, electrical all at once.
Lucky us.
Dad, just call Four Seasons. They can fix everything.
Your trusted local experts.
Whether it's heating, plumbing, or electric, call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons today.
For all the right reasons, call 866 4 Seasons.
Welcome back. We are seeing the impact of lake effect snow this morning. We are taking a live look in Lake County, I believe. Hit some areas so hard, other areas not so much. This is one of the more impacted areas. This is a live look at the roads in the Kenosha area. Several inches of snow falling overnight in Lake County near the Wisconsin border.
Well, this map from the Department of Transportation gives us a clear picture of where things stand on the roads. Lots going on there. The blue streets, those are partly snow covered. The pink ones, mostly covered. Then the purple roads, yeah, that's just a mess, completely covered. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on what's happening on the roads, but also in the sky.
Yes, because Anita, the storm hitting Chicago airports really hard. FlightAware.com reporting 450 cancellations at O'Hare. That's just in the last 24 hours. All kinds of snow removal equipment being used on runways and in those parking lots. And crews have been working throughout the night to remove snow.
In this job, it's very all over the place. You know, one minute we don't have any snow, the next minute we have snow. So we always try and stay prepared and ahead of the game. Making sure we have game plans ready. Our guys are all trained and, you know, familiar with the areas. So it really helps us out a lot. So when that weather's all over the place, we're ready to go.
Midway also seeing some cancellations. At last check, FlightAware.com reporting 49 cancellations there.
So let's check on how the weather is actually shaping up from here for the rest of the day. We're going to get back over to Caitlin now. And Caitlin, where do things stand at the moment?
We still have that lake effect band, mostly north of the city. We're seeing a little bit of snow in the city, which behind me, you can see some flakes are flying, but it's very light at this moment. It looks like the highways have been taken care of, but we do have more snow possible over the next few hours. As we get towards midday, that's when the potential for snow is going to be shifting from Illinois into Indiana. And then unfortunately for those of you in northwest Indiana, you are going to have the chance for that snow lasting all the way through this evening. Behind me, you can see that radar loop. As I said, we have the heaviest snow mostly north of Cook County, still pushing into that Lake Cook border right now where the dark blue shade is. We still have some light snow coming down for our western counties too, and as mentioned in Chicago, you're going to see some flakes. But let's talk about the forecast. Temperatures outside right now are ranging in the 20s from Chicago points west. I see a few of you in the 30s as we get down to Chicago Heights. It's 33, 34 in Gary, 26 at the lakefront. It's also very windy. So the snow that's already on the ground, which by the way, some of us 10 inches plus throughout Chicagoland, especially we saw a couple photos out of Valpo, also in Lake County where the snow has piled up. This wind is going to be blowing around the snow that's already on the ground, so that could limit your visibility. Gusts currently are at 29 miles per hour in Gary, 26 miles per hour at O'Hare, 21 there in DeKalb. So we're going to have those winds around 25 to 30 miles per hour today, tonight, into tomorrow as well. The wind chill, the feel-like temperature outside is ranging from 12 in DeKalb to 24 in Gary. So again, as we get south of the city, a little more mild, but 14 degrees is what it feels like at O'Hare, 15 at the lakefront. It's cold. Our futurecast shows this band of lake effect snow. This is 9:15. From Chicago, moving into northwest Indiana. As mentioned, it is going to be shifting east. This is lunchtime. You're still going to be seeing that lake effect band, especially in northwest Indiana, and unfortunately on through the afternoon into the evening for locations like LaPorte to Berrien County. Temperatures are going to be warming up over the next couple of days. I think you're going to like your forecast, although we do have the potential for additional snowfall tomorrow. I'll get into that coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. We are following major developments on Capitol Hill, where this morning their appears to be a new deal to reopen the government. Several Democratic senators, including Dick Durbin, have agreed to move forward without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, which they have been demanding for almost 6 weeks. The Senate will need 60 votes to pass the measures. The House must also approve them before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown. So still some things that need to be worked out there. But a family also back here at home claims Border Patrol agents pepper sprayed them in a Sam's parking lot over the weekend with their 1-year-old daughter in tow. They say it happened around the same time federal immigration agents were conducting operations in Cicero. A pastor who saw what happened took the family to a hospital. And of course, we are following the first major snowfall of the year across Chicago and northern Illinois and northern Indiana. This is a live look at the snowfall in Momence in Kankakee County, kind of looking around in this area. The sun finally coming out, and that's a good thing. But of course, we're not done with the snow falling, so we'll see how things shape up. People there are waking up to more than a foot of snow. Momence is an hour-and-a-half south of the city, just east of Kankakee, so we'll check back in with them. But right now, Natalie, who are you checking on?
Sure. So November is National Diabetes Awareness Month. The disease is a leading cause of kidney failure, amputation, and blindness. I mean, it can have some really serious consequences. 16th Ward Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman urging everyone to know the symptoms. She joins me in studio along with Tara Campbell with Howard Brown Health Center. Thank you, ladies, so much for coming in. We really appreciate it. Good morning to you. So, Alderwoman, you are hosting an event at Kennedy King College. Tell me about that.
In partnership with Howard Brown Clinic. Howard Brown is our largest FQHC facility, not only on the south side, but in the Inglewood community, and those zip codes 606, 2136, even 09 and 29 for those that need health care, quality health care, high quality health care the most.
Tara, tell me a little bit about who is most at risk for type 2 diabetes.
In Chicago, Black and Hispanic are the most at risk. If you look at a lot of the data, also just 12% of adults in Chicago have identified that they have diabetes.
And the symptoms are so severe for most people, but it seems to affect people of color more than others. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, Black individuals, it can be due to culture, to your diet, and the symptoms could be just dry mouth, frequent urination. You know, look at the food deserts in a lot of the Black communities. That's something that impacts our health and the outcomes and why the Black community is disproportionately impacted by diabetes.
Sure. And Alderwoman, why is it so important for you to host this event and for people to come out and learn more about the disease?
You know, my family, I've been affected by diabetes. So in our culture, growing up, we know it as sugar. And I have my first cousin, I remember the stages of his leg being amputated and then him losing his life before at the age of only 53 years old. This is in the late 90s. So as a child, I remember hearing about sugar or sugar, whichever one, that's what we knew it as. And now the diabetes. And this is our third year partnering with Howard Brown. We started off at the clinic and we have grown to hundreds at Kennedy King College. So I'm very grateful that we have partnership. That's when government and organizations, community-based organizations, and one of the best nonprofits come together.
My grandmother had diabetes as well, and you know, I remember the insulin shots, but beyond that, we didn't really talk about it. And it is preventable in many cases, right, Tara?
Yes, and that's why education and outreach is so important. And events like this that we're having, this is our third year.
Okay.
We're also at this. The event is Thursday, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Kennedy King College. At this event, we are giving free A1C and blood pressure screening. That means that you can find out before you go home if you actually have diabetes or you are pre-diabetic. We also will bridge you over to a diabetes case manager to support you. So we won't leave you where you are. We will support you and bridge you to care also that same day.
That is wonderful. And this is all free?
Yes.
All free.
That is, I wouldn't miss it. This is so great.
And we're feeding 150 people Thanksgiving dinner also the same day, and we have 100 food boxes to give away.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about that, Alderwoman, about the food giveaway?
Absolutely. We know that, you know, what has happened as a result of November 1st. So in addition to a healthy hot food meal with live food demonstrations, so that we can learn more healthier options instead of using the sugar. Perhaps there's something that we can substitute instead of using deep, you know, the seasonings, that there are options and salt-free options. But the 100 food boxes that will be given away, we know that it will definitely be a blessing and a resource to those families in need.
Well, Alderwoman, thank you for everything you're doing to make our community better. Tara, thank you as well for coming in this morning. Good luck with the event.
Thank you.
Sure thing. And we've got a lot coming up for you here on Chicago Now, starting with a warning from the FDA about a rise in fake Botox. What you should be asking your provider to make sure you are protected. Plus, Illinois is seeing a huge spike in scam calls. We're going to speak with an expert about the red flags that people often miss, and then the steps you can take after you find out you've been talking to a scammer. And is there a secret to the perfect golf swing? Author Todd Graves is joining us to talk about his new book on legendary ball strike Mo Green and what we can learn from him. All that and more coming up at 10 a.m.
Welcome back. It's about 8:28 right now. Several studies have linked smartphones and social media use to negative impacts on kids' mental health. We've heard that for years, and now there's a growing movement to prevent it. It's called Wait Until 8th. Mark Zuhu is a local organizer and joins us to explain how it works. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me here.
Okay, so tell me when you got involved with this and why.
My wife and I were seeing that the conversations were happening even earlier than we anticipated, and parents can sign the Wait Until 8th pledge at waituntil8th.org as soon as kindergarten. And we saw that a communal problem really requires a communal solution. So by banding together with others in our community, we reduce the pressure for both parents, ourselves, and for our kids to get smartphones before they're ready.
Are you finding that a lot of people are readily joining in with you, or that you kind of need to have more conversations to get them? Because obviously there are some positives to having a smartphone, but do the positives outweigh the negatives in a lot of situations?
Absolutely. We've had over 135,000 parents have signed the pledge nationwide. And just here in our town of Wilmette, we've had 700 people sign the pledge. And we find that a communal problem requires a communal solution. The more parents that band together, the easier it becomes for parents to delay. And so we found a lot of really great conversations from folks. And this is an example of some of our neighborhood block parties. And the more that parents hear about this, the more excitement and momentum is building for the Wait Until 8th movement.
I'd love to hear about how that maybe joint approach and that communal approach then helps kids to get on board. Because obviously when one kid has a smartphone and the other ones don't, then you're like, well, Sally has one, why can't I? But maybe if all the parents are on board, it helps.
That's exactly the point of the Wait Until 8th pledge is, we don't want we commonly hear, I don't want my kids to be left out, but we do want them to be left out. We want them to be left out of bullying and the negative mental health impacts of smartphones and social media. And so that's where, again, banding together and parents working together with other parents to start these conversations. And they're not easy. And that's why, again, we really encourage parents to think about that statement of purpose. A lot of parents get it because they think everybody else has it. But when they start to look around and ask and look at the Wait Until 8th resources, they realize there are alternatives. There are other things they can do besides defaulting to give their child a smartphone.
Yeah, so you have so many who have joined on thus far, but where would you like to take this thing?
I mean, honestly, it's just making the switch to a default to not get your kids a smartphone. In fact, as the snow is falling here in the Chicago area and parents are starting to think about the holidays, we've really encouraged parents to give their kids the gift of a smartphone-free childhood. And really thinking about the positives of not having a smartphone, of not having 24/7 access to social media. That's what we really want to get to as a movement for Wait Until 8th.
Okay, and one more time, if people do want to join in, and we've put this on our screen, what are the various ways that they can be a part of the movement?
The Wait Until 8th pledge is very simple. You sign up at waituntil8th.org, indicate your child's name and grade in school, and once 10 other parents have signed the pledge, you become connected over email. And that's a really key point, is that you don't have to be out on a limb alone. It really gives you the power of community, the power of joining together, banding together to wait until at least the end of 8th grade to give your kids a smartphone. Okay. And that simple pledge has a lot of power.
Well, thank you for doing what you can from your perspective to get more parents involved in this, and please keep us updated as it goes.
Thank you so much. Let kids be kids a little bit longer.
Absolutely. All right, 8:32 right now, and we know that, there are sub sandwiches out there on each corner. You can find them so frequently here in Chicago, but we love some corny commercials that a specific sub factory, let's say it like that, has going. We're talking live with Mr. Submarine about the unique way they are celebrating their 50th anniversary. Caitlin?
It looks like a winter wonderland. I'm looking at the live camera here of the bean. Beautiful. We have more snow coming, though, in the city as lake effect shifts from Chicago down to northwest Indiana. I'll time it out for you, and we'll take a look at your full 7-day forecast coming up.
Thanks so much for joining us on this Monday morning. It is now 8:35.
Major developments overnight on Capitol Hill, where there's now a tentative deal to reopen the government. Several Democratic senators, including Dick Durbin, have agreed to move forward without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, which of course was what Democrats have been demanding for almost 6 weeks. The Senate will need 60 votes to pass the measures. The House must also approve them before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown. So we'll keep you posted on that.
And locally here, a family claims Border Patrol agents pepper sprayed them in a Sam's Club parking lot over the weekend while they were with their 1-year-old daughter. They say it happened around the same time federal immigration agents were conducting operations in Cicero. A pastor encountered what happened and took the family to a hospital for treatment.
We're also following the first major snowfall of the year across Chicago and northern Indiana. This is a live look at Momence, Illinois, down in Kankakee County. The town waking up to a foot of snow this morning, so lots of shoveling for our friends there to do. We're going to keep looking live to different places and seeing what everyone is waking up to. Before you step out the door, we've got a picture for you. But the storm made it hard to be on the roads overnight.
And those side streets still being cleared this morning as we speak. Roseanne Tejas out along the Dan Ryan with an update. Hi, Roseanne.
Good morning. Things looking pretty good here at the Dan Ryan. The roadways are clear. The traffic is actually moving. But this morning was quite an awakening. I know when I left the house, the snow was going horizontal in the wind. So it's been a day of transitions. That's how it was in the city for a while. But by the time I went to work, the roads were clearer. But again, in Rogers Park this morning, snow was blowing, and the streets and sand, I should say, had their work cut out for them, and they were trying to keep pace with the snow that was falling. And depending on where you were, there was some treacherous travel coming from the south and southwest sides this morning. We talked to one man who came up I-57 and had this advice for other motorists. What's your best advice to people?
Stay in. Stay in. It's real cold and windy. If you ain't have to go out, don't come out. That's my best advice for you.
Okay, back live now. You know, this was just round one. As Caitlin said, we're waiting for round two. So be careful, because under this snow, this is now turning into a layer of ice because it is cold outside, and now we're going to get more snow. So that's something you're going to want to watch for as you're walking around today and on the roads. More snow is coming, so we're not out of the woods yet. And as we've discovered this morning, a lot of people are just getting prepared for the season, right? I don't think people were expecting this much snow this soon. So there's been a lot of people buying windshield wiper fluid and scrapers. So those are a couple of reminders for you. If you didn't have that this morning, you might want to get it for the commute home. I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Good reminders, especially with the ice. Okay, so Caitlin, is it over yet or still more to come?
It's not over yet. We still have that lake effect machine going north of the city. So you can see from that live shot, it was relatively quiet where Roseanne is, but we still have the snow coming down pretty good from Evanston, pushing into southern portions of Lake County. And this band does stretch and weaken as it gets towards Kane County, Kendall, Grundy County, portions of LaSalle County with some light snow right now. Let's take a closer peek. As mentioned, this area of lake effect is starting to move south of Lake County, Arlington Heights, Wilmette, Evanston, Winnetka. You see the snow right now. As we take a look, as we head to our southwestern areas, Aurora, some light spotty snow showers. You can see St. Charles with some snow, a little bit heavier there just near Wheaton. And then we get even further southwest, LaSalle County with that light snow too. So we are going to see this band of heavier snow continue to shift south, and as it rotates along the lake into northwest Indiana, even into the afternoon hours. So behind me, these are our alerts. Warning still in effect, winter storm warning from Lake County to northern Cook. We are seeing it in southern Cook, eastern Will, Kankakee into northwest Indiana too. This is where we have the best opportunity of 4 to 8 inches of snow plus. Now taking a look at the temperatures. You heard Roseanne mention a little bit of ice out there. I'm not surprised. Temperatures are in the 20s, and of course, if we have the wet stuff on the ground, we could see some icy spots. So just take your time. 27 degrees at the lakefront right now, 26 at O'Hare, 34 in Gary. Futurecast does show that area of snow moving to the southeast, as mentioned, northwest Indiana into the afternoon, and even tomorrow we have the chance for a dusting out there as a secondary area of snow moves on into Chicagoland. So take it slow on the roads. We'll take a look at your 7-day forecast, including the 60s ahead.
Caitlin, thank you. A man accused of stealing an ambulance and crashing into CPD squad cars on Friday is charged with 19 felonies. Lamont Hill expected in court today. Police claim he took that ambulance from Loretto Hospital. They followed him through traffic until he hit a squad car. And here is what was heard over police radio.
Everybody use caution. He's still driving it. He's taking off again. Yep, ramming squad cars. He's ramming squad cars. Northbound Central. All right, 10-1, 6 Street Charlie got shots fired. Central and Jackson. Austin 6 Street Charlie has a 10-1, shots fired by the police.
The charges against Hill range from vehicular hijacking to aggravated battery of police officers, kidnapping, and damaging property. We're going to let you know what happens in court.
A family claims Border Patrol agents pepper sprayed them in a Sam's parking lot over the weekend while they were with their 1-year-old daughter. They say it happened around the same time federal immigration agents were conducting operations in Cicero, which led to clashes with protesters. The family tells us that they were on their way to get groceries when someone driving by in a pickup truck just sprayed them. A pastor was nearby having breakfast when he saw what happened and took the family to a hospital.
This week, the teacher detained by ICE at a North Center daycare is expected in court. Video of Diana Santillan Gallego's arrest spread quickly online last week. Homeland Security says that she tried to run into that daycare during a traffic stop, but her attorneys say she is in the U.S. legally as an authorized asylum seeker. She remains in custody in Indiana. A GoFundMe set up to help with her legal fees has raised more than $150,000.
Well, it's time to get swept away at a new immersive, inflatable art experience. The Balloon Museum just landed in Chicago for the first time, and we're giving you a sneak peek inside in just a bit. It's a good day to be inside with weather like we've had, so stick with us. It's 8:42 right now.
Fox Low.
8:45, and they are known as the original sub sandwich of Chicago. And for their unapologetically original ads, of course, we're talking about Mr. Submarine.
And today they're celebrating 50 years of serving Chicago by serving up 50 unique throwback commercials. We're talking with operating manager Dan Zumas about that and so much more. Dan, how do you make it to 50 years in Chicago?
Good morning. First of all, it's an honor to be on the show. Thank you for having me. Really, it's been a family effort since the beginning. It's always been a part of our success, and it's helped us stay grounded and focused and true to who we are.
So talk about some of your ads. You know, they are very memorable to so many people. How'd you get people on board? And tell us about some of the folks that you did get to join you.
Okay, we partnered with Quality Meats, which is an ad agency, and the name is very fitting for our industry. But they were the architects of the campaign, and they were able to secure a lot of the local Chicago personalities and sports people. And so they pitched this idea for 50 commercials, which was way more ambitious than I anticipated. And they knew just what to do. Our commercials from the past have been corny and cheesy, and they said, let's lean into that. Let's go with that and keep doing weird.
Where can people see this array of 50 commercials?
They're on our website at mrsubmarine.com/50th anniversary. All 50 are posted there now. We're also going to be releasing them on social media sporadically throughout the year.
Yeah, what are some of the other things that you're doing for this major milestone?
So today, actually, we have a special at all of our locations. Anybody with a coupon can get a 99-cent regular Mr. Sub sandwich, which is an Italian sub, all day today while supplies last. You have to have a coupon, but it is available on our Instagram page right now.
Are there any menu items that have changed over the 50 years? Like, is there something that you used to offer that you don't offer anymore?
So we've added some things here and there. I would say, by and large, the menu has grown and not shrunk. But we didn't start with fries, for example, and we added those and found great success, and fresh salads, homemade soups.
Yeah, and what does it mean to you, you know, making it to 50 years and doing it with family? What does that mean to your family?
I mean, we owe our success to the city of Chicago. We're honored to be a part of this great community, and part of this campaign is celebrating with them. If you've seen any of the commercials, you know, we try and bring back a little bit of that nostalgia that they might remember from their childhood. So it means a lot to my family.
Well, congratulations, Dan, and your family. Again, Mr. Submarine, Chicago's own, celebrating 50 years today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Here's to 50 more. All right, 8:48, and you might want some warm food today. It's cold out there, and you're seeing a bit of the snowflakes flying around. Caitlin, how long are we going to see snow in our area? Because I know you said there's some warmth on the way in the distance.
In the distance, yes. We have today. We're going to have snow until about midday in Chicagoland. And then tomorrow we have the chance for another dusting of snow, especially the first half of the day, too. With that being said, we're starting to see the snow pick up in Chicago. I've been watching these cameras behind me, and here's why. So we've been seeing this lake effect band of snow, mostly in Lake County here as of late, but it is starting to push into the northern half of Cook County. Evanston, all the way up to that Wisconsin border, we are going to, that Lake County border, we are going to have that heavy snow now, but we're starting to see a peak of that moving into Chicago too. Temperature-wise, it's very cold. Make sure you're dressed appropriately, not only because of the snow, but if you're going to be outdoors, it's going to be windy and cold. Temperatures now in the 20s. The actual temperature, 27 degrees at the lakefront, as well as at Midway. 26 at O'Hare and Waukegan, 26 in Aurora, 28 at LaSalle. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you are in the 30s for many. 34 degrees in Gary right now. Freezing from Merrillville to 34 in Chicago Heights. But check out the wind speeds. These are our gusts. Today, tonight, tomorrow, we could see these winds gusting to about 30 miles per hour at times. Right now, I'm seeing the strongest wind in Gary at 29 miles per hour, 26 miles per hour at O'Hare, 15 in Waukegan to the lakefront, pushing that feel-like temperature down to 10 to 15 degrees for many of us. 15 is what it feels like at the lakefront right now. Here is your futurecast. So that lake effect band is going to start to shift south, as mentioned. As we get to the afternoon hours, starting to see some drying, especially Chicago points west by lunchtime. As we see, temperatures are in the mid-30s at that point, and then through the evening, we're going to see drier conditions for all of us, including northwest Indiana. Tonight, it's going to be chilly. Take a look. We're dropping down into the 20s, and then this is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. This snow is going to be a lighter variety, and we could see a dusting out there, as mentioned, especially the first half of the day before drier skies return. I promised to show you that 7-day forecast and the nice weekend weather, temperature-wise, that we have coming our way. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Northwest Indiana seeing treacherous conditions overnight. You can see the plows out, pushing heavy snow off the roads in Hammond in some of the video that we have. This is from around 2 a.m. Whiteout conditions for some folks there. More heavy snow spotted overnight in Deerfield. Streets were filled with snow, as was the metro station there. You could really see it coming down just before 2 a.m.
And the storm hitting Chicago airports really hard. FlightAware.com reporting more than 500 cancellations at O'Hare in just the last 24 hours. All kinds of snow removal equipment being used on runways and in parking lots. And crews have been working throughout the night to remove the snow.
Very all over the place. You know, one minute we don't have any snow, the next minute we have snow. So we always try and stay prepared and ahead of the game. Making sure we have game plans ready. Our guys are all trained and, you know, familiar with the areas. So it really helps us out a lot. So when that weather's all over the place, we're ready to go.
Midway also seeing cancellations. At last check, FlightAware.com reporting 49 cancellations there. We'll be right back.
Goodman Theater.
We are following the first major snowfall of the year across Chicago and northern Illinois. It's a live look at Moments in Kankakee County, where more than a foot of snow fell overnight. And check out this map from the Department of Transportation. It gives us a clear picture of where things stand on the roadway. This is obviously the whole state of Illinois. The blue streets partially covered, the pink ones mostly covered, and the purple roads completely covered with snow.
So take your time this morning, everyone. And also, new this morning, President Trump is granting pardons for 77 people tied to that plot to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The most notable pardons were granted to former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and attorney and former federal prosecutor Sidney Powell. Those accused allegedly worked together to submit names of fake electors from 3 states to try and keep the president in office for a second consecutive term.
And President Trump says Americans could be in for a big payout if his tariffs remain in effect. The president says most people could get $2,000 from revenue generated by his tariffs. The potential plan is part of Trump's defense on keeping those tariffs in play as the Supreme Court decides if they are constitutional. The payment would only be sent to non-high-income earners.
Well, the Bears escape with another win. So it is Victory Monday, everyone. They had a late comeback, but hey, they got the job done. The Bears trailed by 10 with 5 minutes left in the game. We thought all hope was lost, but Caleb Williams continued to believe. Moving the Bears downfield, found Roma Dunze in the end zone for 7 there. The Bears got the ball back. Williams found the end zone again, this time with his legs. Bears win 24-20. The Bears say these wins are just confidence builders.
They have this belief that we're going to find a way, in the fourth quarter, provided it's somewhat close. We're going to find a way to come out on top of this thing. And it's week in and week out, they're proving that.
It does build confidence that we can, it doesn't matter how, the deficit we're at, it doesn't matter how much we're up, it doesn't matter what happened throughout the game, that, we can come through as a team.
We love to see it. Up next, the Bears will travel to Minnesota to take on the Vikings.
And 2 Major League Baseball players have been indicted. Cleveland Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz are accused of taking bribes from bettors to rig pitches and throw away games. Federal prosecutors arrested Ortiz on Sunday. The FBI is still looking for Clase. Both face wire fraud and money laundering charges. We'll be right back.
Fox.
Welcome to Good Day Chicago. On this Monday morning, here's a look at what's coming up this 9 o'clock hour.
All right, the government shutdown could, gotta say that, could be coming to an end. Legislation passed late last night, a sign of progress in the nation's capital, so it's at least nice to be able to say that. We'll break down what was included in that funding plan.
Well, it is Victory Monday. The Bears secured a fourth quarter win against the Giants. We're going to break down some of the highlights.
Plus, the snow could still spell trouble for your travels this morning. Let's take a live look outside as we're going to check in with Caitlin for a look at the forecast. And,
what are we looking at?
Is that a picture of a gray card there, Caitlin?
Paper there, yeah. Kaplan, you've been showing some of these amazing snow photos coming out of locations like Kankakee, up in your neck of the woods.
Lots more snow than in the city.
Yes, piles. So if you're in the city and you're thinking, this isn't what I thought we were going to get, well, here's the thing. The snow is picking up. You can see from these live cameras right now. We have this swath of lake effect that is going to be pushing into the city here over the next hour or so, and then shifting into northwest Indiana as we get into the afternoon hours. And some of you in Chicagoland, you're waking up to a winter wonderland. So behind me, you can see our satellite and radar loop. This is the regional view. I wanted to give you the big picture because you can see we still have this stripe of blue pushing through Chicagoland. And as we take a closer look, where is the heavy stuff coming down? I mentioned how it's increasing in the city. You can see the darker blue shades moving from Evanston into the city here shortly. Lake County, looks like you're drying out, finally getting a break from the heavy snow. But Evanston, Wilmette, Winnetka, you are getting the beautiful snow globe effect currently. Some light, spotty snow showers continuing as we get to our southwestern counties, LaSalle County, Kane, Kendall, Grundy County. You have a little bit of light snow around. It's cold outside. Temperatures are in the 20s for most of us, 27 degrees at the lakefront. It's also very gusty. We're seeing winds around 25 to 30 miles per hour, so that could blow the snow that's already on the ground up onto your vehicle, limiting your visibility too. Talking about the feel-like temperature, if you're out shoveling, it's going to feel like 15 degrees at the lakefront, as well as O'Hare, 14 at Midway, 26 in Gary. So a good mix of the teens and low 20s for that feel-like temperature for most of us. Our future cast, I want to show you because tonight we dry out, but then we have another round of some light snow possible tomorrow, especially the first half of the day. We could see a dusting out there. It's not going to be like today, but we could see additional snowfall to start off your Tuesday. Temperatures are going to be chilly today, but we are going to have a slow warm-up expected, especially as we get into the weekend. These are our winter storm alerts. I have to show you the 7-day. I'm sorry. I know I'm out of time, but I promise to show you. 54 degrees Thursday, Friday, 57, and then 62 possible on Saturday with clouds, but 62 degrees. Chance for rain back on Sunday. Back to you.
Caitlin, I'm glad that you talked about the wind chill. Now I can tell Mrs. Kaplan how cold it is while she's doing the snow removal outside.
You know, the kids say, that's a good man, Savannah. That's a good woman, Michael.
All right. Well, speaking of these conditions, Roseanne is keeping an eye on the impacts on travel this morning.
Roseanne, okay, I know you're along the Dan Ryan. How's it looking at this point?
That's right. We're at 59th in the Dan Ryan in a sweet spot. The sun is shining. There are clouds to the south, clouds to the north, but we are getting a few rays right here, and it has helped improve the road situation on the Dan Ryan. Traffic still a little backed up. It's still a little sloppy on the shoulders, but so improved from earlier today when it was very messy. In fact, other parts of the city getting a lot of snowfall this morning early, and the wind was whipping it around, and it created some very dangerous conditions in some parts. But through the morning, it all depends where you are. In many parts of the city, the roads were just fine. And certainly right now, the Dan Ryan is not bad. But we have heard a lot of people complain about snow-covered side streets and not being able to see potholes. And there, we talked to one woman who, well, let's just say she was having a day.
Rough time getting down here on the expressway, and now my tire is popped. I have a job interview to go today.
Oh my God!
I have to take my son to school right now.
So let's see. You've got a flat tire, you have a job interview, you're taking your son to school, and you got a snowstorm, too.
That's not fun. Happy Monday.
Oh, gosh. Good luck to you. Yes, we've had a lot of people, have issues with not being prepared with the windshield wiper fluid and that kind of thing. As you've heard Caitlin say, this is sort of a lull, and we are expecting a little bit more snow. In fact, actually, I'm seeing little tiny flakes start to fall right now, and the sun is just beginning to disappear behind some more clouds. But I think that additional snow is coming a little bit later. And the other thing you got to watch out for with the second round of snow is that it is cold, as Caitlin's been saying, so that bottom layer of snow is turning to ice, soon to be covered by more snow. So be careful out there, everybody. Back to you in the studio.
I hope whoever is interviewing that lady later today saw her interview and at least knows her dedication, the level of dedication.
Trying to get there.
Yeah.
She deserves that job, right?
Yeah.
Well, the ongoing flight reductions and air traffic control shortages, plus the weather, all leading to a lot of disruptions at Chicago airports. FlightAware.com is reporting 524 cancellations in just the last 24 hours. And at Midway, 128 cancellations in the last 24 hours.
All right. An end to the government shutdown could be in sight. In the Senate, a group of moderate Democrats, and that does include Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, agreed to join Republicans last night, passing a tentative bill to fund the government through January 30th. That reverses all layoffs of federal workers during the shutdown, guarantees their back pay. However, it does not include the extension of health care tax credits the Democrats have been demanding for nearly 6 weeks. As a part of the deal, Republicans agreed to hold a vote on extending those subsidies by mid-December before they expire January 1st.
This health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the health care crisis.
These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year.
Oh, the House must also approve these measures before President Trump can sign legislation ending the shutdown.
And happening now, the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association is holding a press conference.
And all of our controllers at Louisville Standiford Airport. But today, it benchmarks the first time in history that air traffic controllers and other aviation safety professionals we represent have now received 2 $0 paychecks, 41 days without pay. Controllers continue to show up and step up, despite working full-time during the shutdown, and in many cases, mandatory overtime. Controllers continue to show up and step up for the American flying public and for each other. On behalf of myself and your NACA leadership, we see you. We thank you for your tireless commitment to safety of our national airspace system and the flying public. Your sacrifice and perseverance in the face of financial and emotional hardship are extraordinary. Now, air traffic control is one of the most mentally demanding and high consequence professions in the entire world. Every moment that we are at work, it requires everything we have: focus, judgment, decisiveness, perfect decision making, thousands of times a shift. And what hangs in the balance is our responsibility to safety in order to prevent tragedy. Air traffic controllers must show up day in and day out, fully prepared to handle the stress, pressure, and the weight of their responsibilities to the American flying public and their safety. For decades, air traffic controllers have held the line through staffing shortages, outdated equipment, hiring freezes, terrorist attacks on September 11th, pandemics, and every crisis that this country has lived through. They have kept their focus, their composure, and their commitment to safety. But now they must focus on child care instead of traffic flows, food for their families instead of runway separation. This is not politics. This is not ideology. This is the erosion of the safety margin the flying public never sees, but America relies on every single day. The added stress leads to fatigue. The fatigue has led to the erosion of safety and the increased risk every day that this shutdown drags on. If you want to know what the real fallout of this shutdown is, it's not a budget line. It is the smallest and the most dangerous shift of all. When the most disciplined safety workforce in America is forced to think about survival instead of public safety. This is the cost. This is not theoretical. It is happening now in real families, in real control rooms, in real time. Now, history will remember who is responsible for the shutdown. The public and media will debate who won, but we all know who carried the weight of it and who has to pick up the pieces when it finally ends. It's us, the federal workforce that has been the rope in this game of tug of war. Now, let me be clear. Not just air traffic controllers and aviation safety professionals or federal employees. No American should ever be forced to work without a paycheck. To not pay someone for the work that they have performed is un-American, and failing to pay that workforce that keeps our sky safe is not acceptable, and it is not sustainable.
All right, listening in there to Nick Daniels, the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, as he gives some strong words about the government shutdown and the razor-sharp margins for air traffic controllers to meet safety standards, and yet they're working right now without getting paid. This is the second time air traffic controllers have not received a paycheck, so obviously a lot of frustration there, many of them having to pick up second jobs just to make ends meet. And of course, we rely on them. You saw a plane coming down for a landing as we were listening in to him. We rely on them to make sure that we have our lives day in and day out as we're the traveling public. So again, just really trying to get across to government officials to end the shutdown. And there is a tentative deal on the table right now that we are keeping track of.
And as the shutdown continues for now, a federal appeals court has just ruled that SNAP benefits must be paid in full for the month of November. The court in Boston made the ruling, though the Supreme Court's order from last week means the government will not have to pay those benefits out for at least another 48 hours. Over the weekend, the White House ordered states to undo paying full benefits and is going to appeal that federal ruling.
All right. Did you watch any football this week?
Yes. Bears win.
Mr. Jackson and I had a nice text exchange there, but I feel good because I said, you know, when we were down, I was like, we got like right.
I thought it was over.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest.
All right. In the world of football, the Monsters of the Midway locked in another late comeback win for Football Sunday. The Bears were down by 10 with 5 minutes left in the game, but Caleb Williams, look at this scamper here, down to the 2. And the next play, it's Roma Dunze. His dad's happy now. He catches a touchdown, and the Bears are back in this thing. Well, with less than 2 to go, here comes number 18 around the left side, and he is in for the score. Bears go on to win 24-20. The Bears say these wins are just confidence builders.
They have this belief that we're going to find a way, you know, in the fourth quarter, provided it's somewhat close, we're going to find a way to come out on top of this thing. And it's week in and week out, they're proving that.
It does build confidence that we can, it doesn't matter how, you know, the deficit we're at, it doesn't matter how much we're up, it doesn't matter what happened throughout the game, that, you know, we can come through as a team.
Up next, Bears heading up north to Minnesota to take on the Vikings.
Yeah, you never want to depend on a comeback, but at least you know you can do it. Yeah, absolutely. We'll take that W.
And the Vikings, a team they should have beaten in the opening game here at Soldier Field. All right, lots of musicians were honored over the weekend.
Push it real good. After tearing up the stage with familiar hits like What a Man, and Push It, Salt-N-Pepa used their acceptance speech to speak out. Cheryl Salt James confirmed the rap duo is suing Universal Music Group to win back control of their masters. Before claiming their music has been pulled from streamers in retaliation, the ladies ended their speech by saying they have never been afraid of a fight, and it was good to see Spinderella in the mix again, too. The girls were definitely having fun, okay? Cyndi Lauper was among the nominees at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She performed alongside Avril Lavigne, seeing those generational shifts, and she was given her flowers by singers and new Grammy nominees, Chappell Roan and Ray.
To the young artists, I want to say get your hands dirty and drop the screens and get out in your garage or your little room and get obsessed. Get obsessed with something, you know, get passionate. We all want to share in what you might create.
The White Stripes are also now officially members of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The band inducted by the help of Olivia Rodrigo, who performed a melodious version of the band's I Think We're Gonna Be Friends. 21 Pilots also performed a medley of White Stripes classics.
And we started in a little, little rooms. Great things start in little rooms. That's it.
Oh, Andre.
Love him.
love this
Forever,
duo.
ever.
Andre 3000 getting emotional talking about how Outkast began their career as they also get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Artists like Tyler, the Creator, Janelle Monáe, and Doja Cat honored the hip-hop legends. The high-energy tributes included a 13-piece band helping perform some of the rap group's biggest hits like Bombs Over Baghdad and Hey Ya. Other inductees included Soundgarden, Chubby Checker, and Bad Company, and many, many more.
I got to go back and watch that.
I do too. Yeah.
Some great music, I'm sure there. All right, our next guest is a champion at doing some heavy lifting, shall we say, literally.
You go,
Look
girl.
at that, right?
We love her.
We're talking to the Rogue Invitational World Champ about how you can learn some of her tricks. That's next.
Welcome back, everyone. It's just about 9:20 right now. We're doing a round robin with some different looks at the snow that we've had overnight into this morning. We've had our crews down all the way to Moments outside of Kankakee there, and we've had a blanket of snow and Kenosha on the roads. And you can see the sun is shining in these live pictures here. Some traffic is moving along, but can we look just to the city? Deteriorating conditions, because we've had the sun in the city most of the morning, and we kept warning you about round 2. Well, look at this. You see the river there, and not too much else. Right outside of our studios here downtown, you can see a few people moseying about. Be careful if you're out and about today, and if you don't have to get out, of course, just hibernate inside. Now, it's never too late to make a resolution to get in the gym, of course, and if you are looking to get swole, you might as well train with the champ. Rogue Invitational World Champion Inez Caraquillo is joining us this morning. She is a friend to the show, and we just absolutely rejoice with you every time you get another notch in your belt. So congratulations yet again, lady. Okay, so for those who are unfamiliar, what does it mean to be a strongman woman?
Yeah, it's the coolest sport ever. I've been doing it for about 5 years now, and it's a sport. So it has like different events. We have like overhead events, we have stones, we have, deadlifts. It's a little bit of everything for anyone,
Yep, and you do it so well. I always look at your social media now, and I'm like, as if it were me with you, but you're carrying that weight. Tell us a little bit about the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, so this was the second year that women were invited to the Rogue Invitational. It was in Scotland, in Aberdeen, and I won last year, of course, and that was my first world championship that I did win. And I came back, with, that confidence to, try to win again. And I got to go head to head with Tom Evans on the Viking press, which was really cool. But yeah, it was 6 events. And out of the 12 events that Rogue has hosted so far, I have won 6 of those. So 50% of the events I have actually gotten first place on. So it's really cool that, I got to come back and prove that I am a world champion.
Absolutely. You keep proving over and over again. So you said 6 out of 12. Are we going for the full 12? Where are your goals at this point in time?
Yeah, so my next goal would be the Arnold. Well, actually, I'm actually competing in about a week in Texas for my first World's Strongest Woman title, because that's official strongman games. The titles are weird, so it's just, it's a world title. So that'll be basically my last infinity stone is what my coach calls it, to conquer this crazy strong woman world. So very excited for that. And then Arnold would be after that in March.
Yeah, and what's training like for you? We didn't show everybody the last time you were here at the station and you picking me up. I showed people on my social media, but what do you train like to be able to do these types of things in competition?
I train 4 to 5 times a week. It's about 2 to 3 to 4 hours, depending on what I'm doing that session. And I train at Surge 2 levels in Carroll Stream. And I coach there too. So I'm at the gym probably all day, every day. But yeah, it's a lot of work. I have to set up and I have to deadlift. I have to overhead. I have to do these events and train and make sure I'm dieting correctly and sleeping. And it's just a lot of things that total what I do. And I'm a mom, so I have to run and go get my son, and my son comes to the gym with me, and it's a lot of work, but it's the craziest thing. I'm the first professional strong woman in history to be a full-time strong woman, so it's exciting.
You are so amazing to all of us. And when you say deadlift and what is the weight for that you're lifting on these types of things?
Usually over 600 pounds for deadlift. So you're pulling about 600 off the floor. And then, my overhead press, I'm very close to a 400-pound overhead press. I do have the world record log press at 321 pounds. So there's a lot of heavy lifting going on.
My little 170 was lightweight for you. Okay, so you were teaching classes at Surge and Carroll Stream. What can people expect, and how can they sign up to be a part of what you do?
Yeah, you can always just go to the gym and talk to the owner, Sergio. You can come talk to me. You can DM me on Instagram, whatever, email. My email is my name @gmail.com. It's very easy. But you can sign up for classes. They are on Sundays at 10 a.m. and it's a beginner's level class. So anybody can do it. Like when I started, I'm just a mom from Chicago. You know what I mean? And I didn't think I would be able to do any of this, but we really try to get everyone involved and we really try to, you know, get all different levels of experience. And it's just a lot of fun. And it's a big community of strongmen out there and it's very supportive. And I think that people can really enjoy something, you know, in this sport. So.
Just a mom from Chicago who can lift 600 pounds, you know. You're the strongest mom we know, quite literally. If someone wants to be able to do these competitions and they're thinking, I don't know about that, what's the first step? Like, how do people make it to your level?
Just show up, you know, and try to find something that you enjoy to do. You know, when I started, I really liked overhead pressing and I hated stones, but, you know, I started to like it as I got better at it. And also just like surrounding yourself with people that are like-minded and that want to get better, like you start to really enjoy, you know, what you're doing. And if you're coming, you know, to the classes on Sundays or you're coming during the week and you're putting in work, you start to really enjoy what you're doing and you get better. And it's just experience at that point. So
what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Okay, Rogue Invitational World Champion Inez Caraquillo. Look at the belt, everybody. Thanks for joining us, lady. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Chicago.
Waver for a second? You knew exactly we had him right where we wanted him. He's got ice in his veins now.
Yeah, the weather may have been cold, but Ben Johnson and that locker room were blazing. They had just beaten the New York Football Giants 24-20, and you don't have to lie. Some of you lost hope.
I was one of them. Yeah.
When it looked like they were going to take a loss at Soldier Field.
Remember when there were questions about if he could lead a locker room?
Right.
Let's play that video for you, right? Yeah, well, Mike, I was definitely included in that group as we were texting during the fourth quarter. Bears were down 20-10 with less than 4 minutes left, and then caught fire. There we go. Quarterback Caleb Williams found Rome Odunze, and then Caleb used his feet to clinch this one. Final score was 24-20. Our very own Luke Canellis was fired up this morning, telling our own Mike Kaplan that he heard all the people praising Giants quarterback Jackson Dart. But it's time for the people to realize that this Bears team is not what we're all used to seeing.
And no one can dispute the toughness that Caleb Williams showed in that fourth quarter to bring his team back, to will his team to win again. And that needs to be remembered by all Bears fans out there who woke up this morning, who I listened to, who are complaining because Jackson Dart played so well against that Bears defense, because the Bears haven't beaten a team with a winning record yet. The combined records of the teams they have defeated, their 6 wins, is 15-41. I get it. And guess what? It all starts next Sunday at Minnesota. It needs to be better. And then you've got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers coming. And then you've got Black Friday at Philadelphia against the #1 seed in the NFC right now, against the Eagles on Fox 32 Chicago. But can we appreciate the win for a second? Please, do I need to remind everyone that we went 5-12 last year, 7-10 in 20 and 23, 3-14 in 2022. My point, Michael, is these games in the past, the Bears lost
every single time, it felt like, right? It felt like we never used to win these games. Bears are currently a half a game behind Green Bay for first place in NFC Central. Because of that win that the Packers had, actually a tie that they had with Dallas a little bit earlier this season.
We were loving that Cole Kmet block there.
Yeah.
You did great. All right, maybe you counted out the Blackhawks too soon. Okay, I'm guilty of that. You got to see this shot here from Bedard. Pass it over on the power play, and good luck trying to catch that one. I tell you what, Connor Bedard, he and the Hawks are on fire. That's his 9th goal of the season. 5-1 win over Detroit. He's got an 8-game scoring streak, and he leads the NHL in points. Brian Jackson.
Yeah,
how about
Hawks
that?
Looking good.
Yeah.
Bulls looking good too. But they don't play again until Wednesday when they host the Devils.
And the New Jersey Devils are good.
Pretty good,
Tough game, but they'll be at home for that.
Ooh, man.
Look at that snow globe out there. Took a while, but the snow has returned to the city. I've got your forecast and let you know when the snow's moving out. Coming up.
Stream.
Okay, 9:35 right now. We want to get you to some breaking news right now. There will not be a challenge to same-sex marriage at the Supreme Court. The court has refused an appeal from former Kentucky court clerk Kim Davis, who sought to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges. This was a 2015 case about legalized same-sex marriage nationwide. The court did not issue a comment on its decision, but it rarely does when it denies a petition for review. So again, they will not be taking up that decision to then overturn what came from the 2015 decision. 9:35 though, let's get back to talking about the weather outside as we see more snow coming down, Mike, in the city.
Yeah, you know, I warned everybody this morning. It was nice and sunny in the city. And you're thinking, oh, it's over. Look, this is not going to be a half foot of additional snow here, but we're looking at maybe another 1 to 2 quick inches coming down in the city before this lake effect plume slides on out of here. And then we're done with this event that has deposited in a few spots more than a foot of snow. You can see the lake effect snow sliding down the lake, hitting the city right now. In fact, some of the heaviest snow is right over downtown, where the temperature's 28 at the lakefront in O'Hare, so this stuff is having no problem sticking at all. We're up to 33 at Joliet, 26 at Waukegan. In the Waukegan area, you got close to a foot of snow. 36 at Gary, 27 at Michigan City. Many of you in Lake County and also Porter County got double-digit snowfall totals as well around Lowell and Crown Point. These are the wind gusts right here. This line, that's convergence. Winds are coming together at the surface, being forced up. This is enhancing the snow that's eventually going to start to point at you again in northwest Indiana. Sorry, but these winds are going to stay up even as the precipitation and cloud cover break up. Wind chills. Everybody out doing some snow removal. It feels like it's in the teens in most areas. 14 at Midway, 15 at Woodstock. Not quite as miserable, but still mighty cold. It feels like 18 in Valparaiso, where you still have a winter weather advisory. All the counties shown in purple here, which include all of Cook County, eastern Will County, and most of you in northwest Indiana. That is where that winter weather advisory will be in effect until at least early this afternoon. But there's a warm-up on the way. Are you ready for 60s? Here they come. We have 36 today, 41 tomorrow for Veterans Day. Maybe a light snow shower in the morning, nothing like what we've got now. 50 on Wednesday, 54 Thursday, upper 50s Friday, and I think we're good for low 60s here Saturday, and it may get close to 60 again on Sunday with a pretty good chance for some rain, not snow, just rain. All right, let's check out a couple of cool videos. How would you like to walk here in Meacham Grove? Lon Klein giving us a wonder. I bet there's a lot of snow in that area right now, Lon, but some gorgeous orange foliage there. That is a pretty scene. Just want to go right down that path. Our second photo this hour is from Neil Warren. Gorgeous colors there in Palatine. Got some maples changing and the blue spruce in the foreground. A lovely spot there in the Northwest Burbs. And finally, take a look at this. We have a video here from Kate Carrillo-Majewski. Katie is one of our editors here, and her husband is a photographer, and that is the lake effect snow cloud there by their place in Kenosha, right on the lake. That's good stuff there, Katie. And you could see the sun breaking over that area, but look at all that snow that fell there in Kenosha. Katie, always love working with you, and you've got the best shoes in the business. All right, we'll be back with more of Good Day, the 9 o'clock edition, right after this.
I wish everybody at home could smell what was going on right here. A new restaurant in Bronzeville is mixing American Southern flavors with flavors from Southeast Asia. Chef Chloe Gould is the mastermind behind Dixie Pura Kitchen. She and her assistant are here with us this morning. Thank you both for being here this morning.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to tell you this is a 25-year dream. I know.
And it's realized here, right? Now, you're from Bronzeville, so what does it mean for you to open up this restaurant in your own neighborhood?
Well, it means that I get to influence my community with culture. Like, we literally invite them in to try to travel through their palate. Like, first of all, cultural. Just coming in to sit and dine, you go from brunch, you have the chili shrimp and grits, which is a play off of the chili prawns from Singapore. It's so much to the Parker House sausage, which is right on 45th and State. You know, shout out to Shirlene, she's always donating. And
what are we making over here?
Oh, so Sabora is making a Cajun seafood laksa gumbo, and that's using chili prawns. And she's adding the aromatics. That's our special paste that we add with everything. She's gonna go ahead and add her chicken. These are the chicken hot link sausages from Parker House. And then from there, we wanna go ahead and shake that pan, babe. And then from there, we're gonna add some crawfish. And then she's gonna end up adding a little of the jus, which is the gravy.
And
right?
you've spent some time in Singapore, so how did that influence your creativity as a chef?
So in Singapore, first of all, it's a melting pot of Asia. And like I was able to walk around to all the hawker stands, which I absolutely love. I actually traveled back just to keep educating myself. But just seeing the culture and like sitting there and seeing the flavors married together, it was a dream come true. And I just knew my neighborhood needed to have this. I also taught for Chicago Public Schools. So Chicago Public Schools, as a chef instructor, I always saw my students only live on the block. So I wanted them to live outside the block. So the only way to let them live outside the block was to bring them food. So that's how we started with that.
And what do you think is the importance of displaying these types of flavors in the Bronzeville neighborhood?
I think, first of all, we're bridging the gaps. We're bringing people from downtown, Northbrook, all over the city to come and just marry and sit and have conversation across the table. We are very small. You know, we have a 20-seater nestled right in between Calumet and King Drive and 325 East Persian Road. Got to throw that out there, GPK. And we have happy hour as well. So if you're like just starting out your adventure in food, you can come and try different things like our cumin lamb. Our cumin lamb has a chili paste with a pepper pot chimichurri and a cucumber garlic sauce.
It all smells so good. And what's the location again?
325 East Persian Road. Also, black eyed pea hummus.
All right. So, Chef G, I'm going to have to come check you out.
Yeah,
at
come
Dixie
on
Pura
over.
Kitchen.
Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday through Friday, we have happy hour from 4 to 5:30.
All right. Thanks again for your time. And time is now 9:45 here on Good Day Chicago. We'll be right back after a short break.
Get any
All right, 9:47 right now. A new exhibit is floating into the Balloon Museum. And don't worry, it won't fill you with hot air.
Well, the Emotion Air Experience is a hands-on exhibit that is all about making you experience your emotions through light and motion. And the project manager, Andrea, joins us live this morning to give us some of the details. Good morning, and thanks for being here.
Hi, good morning. So I'm Andrea Zecca, the project manager. Hi.
Tell us about the concept behind the Balloon Museum and the blend of art and interactivity.
Yeah, the Balloon Museum is the first inflatable art museum to the world. We started in December 21 in Rome. It's our first exhibit. And after 3 years and more than 7 million visitors, we are here in Chicago with our exhibition Emotion Air. That's an interactive journey between the inflatable art and emotion. Inside the museum, you will find large-scale inflatable installation and interactive artwork made from artists from all around the world. So basically, you can stay here, enter, and enjoy the journey between the different emotions that the artworks evoke to the public.
Now, when you say art you can feel, what exactly do you mean by that? And how does your exhibit help visitors emotionally connect with some of the installations there?
In this exhibition, the customer and the visitor became part of the installation itself because of the interaction with the artwork. And yeah, they actually, as you can see now, became part of the exhibition and really enter into the art, like in this room.
Oh my goodness. Are there any folks, as I'm just looking around, you know, that might be a little too sensitive to certain things to be in these environments?
We try to let the exhibition accessible for everybody. It's okay for ADA people, for stroller, but you can ask all the information to our staff, and there are the signs in front of each room. But yeah, basically it's made for everybody, from the children to the grown-ups.
Wow.
A lot of bright colors there, a lot of fun colors. So give us the details on the exhibit. Yeah. How long are you guys going to be here in Chicago, and how can our viewers get their hands on some tickets?
We will be here in Chicago until April 6th. We're just opening, so they can buy the ticket online on our website, balloonmuseumworld.com, or at our ticket office here on site. The walk-in are always welcome. Check the availability first. That's what I recommend.
Well, thank you so much for taking us inside. It looks amazing. We really appreciate it, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope to see you at the Balloon Museum.
All right, 9:50, everybody. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
I know you're going to love our next guest, even though he comes to us originally from Detroit. We're not going to hold that against you, Eddie. He is using art as a medium to connect communities and celebrate his culture. Eddie Mack is joining us in studio this morning. Eddie, welcome here to Chicago. We know you consider this your second home.
It is my second home.
I give you a hard time.
I love Chicago. Just, I love Chicago, just not the Bears, but, I love my Chicago,
We're not going to hold that against him. All right, your music, you've got fans from all over the world. And, what do you think is connecting people to your message?
I don't think music has a language barrier, right? Okay. I think through the message, through the feeling, just music in general, people will connect to it through the pain in my voice or through the fun parts or whatever it is about my music, that will connect and resonate all over the world, and I just want to really bridge that gap between two worlds and, connect my Arab roots to my American roots as well. And it hasn't really it hasn't been done. So music is always about that new sound, that next wave. So I wanted to really cultivate that sound.
What is it that makes you consider Chicago kind of your creative home?
There's something about Chicago, and you guys know this. You guys have some of the best artists to come out of here, man. You know what I mean? So there's just something in the air here, man. It just brings out the creativity in you. It's the community. I think community is very important here. It's very uplifting. Even before my own hometown, Chicago put me on the map. Yeah. So I'm so in debt to this city, and this city I will always cherish in my heart.
Do you write a lot of your music here?
I write everything here. I record
everything. How about that? Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. This is the place I come to get the creative juices flowing.
Well, you're in Chicago now. You're going to be doing a little signing tonight. Tell us quickly about that.
Yeah. I got a meet and greet tonight in Palos Hills at Sad the Coffee. So I'm really excited about that. We're expecting a lot of people to show up. So I'm just excited to give out some merchandise, sign some autographs, shake some hands.
Fantastic. You ready to perform for us?
Yeah,
do a little number?
Yes, sir.
Eddie Mack, take it away.
You need me, I can't fight back the feeling. Private flights just to see me. I need it, cause you can't stop my love. I don't wanna stop. No, I'm messing up on and on and on again. زمان بفكر فيكي يا حياتي ارجعي لي. It seems like you don't need me. زعلانة ما تنسيني. أحكيكي أقول لك أنتي حبيبتي. I know that things ain't easy. Without you I can't be me. Know what you want, know what you need. I got a lot to talk with the melodies. Wonder how your man feel texting me, but I don't give a about my enemies. When it's all or nothing, you could never stop me. Knew from when you walked in, I'm all in. How you walk around knowing you a bad Gucci, Fendi, Louis, that's a lot of baggage. I ain't tripping when you maxing out my Amex, cause you know I gotta have it. زمان بفكر فيكي يا حياتي ارجعي لي. It seems like you don't need me. زعلانة ما تنسيني. تعالي أحكيكي أقول لك أنتي حبيبتي. I know that things ain't easy. Without you I can't be me. زمان بفكر فيكي يا حياتي ارجعي لي. It seems like you don't need me. زعلانة ما تنسيني. تعالي أحكيكي أقول لك أنتي حبيبتي.
It's a
See what you did there, right?
Well, we'd like to see the visitors who are giving it a try at least. Make sure